We're all here. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regularly scheduled council meeting for March the 10th. I'm Kevin Murdoch, the Mayor of Oak Bay. We do have one councillor who's unable to join us tonight, but will be coming back to join us in a few weeks, Councillor Green. As we call the meeting to order, we'd just like to acknowledge that we gather and hold our meetings in the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish peoples. Specifically, we recognize the Lekwungen people known today as the Songhees and the Kasapsum or Esquimalt nations, and that their connections to these lands continue to this day. We have our first order of business, approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover and seconder? Thank you. Any changes or pieces on there? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. We have adoption of minutes. We have 3 minutes for adoption. We can move all three and then deal with any changes or corrections. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments, fixes? No. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. That carries. Then we just need to have a motion to receive the committee minutes and public hearing reports. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. We have Rise and Report. We can just, I'd probably just have a motion to just approve both 5.1 and 5.2 as a standard Rise and Report. They're here for the record, not for any. Ms. Plouffe, is that all right? Do you not want a motion, or do you want them just on the record? Caught you exactly in the middle of this little mini sneeze.
Apologies, Mayor Murdoch. Could you repeat that question? I was really trying hard not to sneeze in that moment.
Just making sure I'm clear. I mean, is a motion just to do the Rise and Report altogether adequate, or would you prefer we don't have a motion?
We do not need a motion because they were already motioned and closed, so you're just giving them out
into the public realm.
Yep.
All right, we will leave it there then. Always interested in moving things along. My remarks in that light are fairly brief today. I do want to just acknowledge we had a resident of Oak Bay, Connie McCann, who was honored at the Greater Victoria Sports Award for the Female Masters Athlete of the Year. One of many fantastic athletes that live in our jurisdiction, but I just, since she got that award, I wanted to just acknowledge that success. Also wanted to acknowledge the work done by staff, by Councillor Green and Councillor Braithwaite in coming up with the idea and helping support organizing an event on Saturday with 100% of council's support, which recognized on International Women's Day the contributions of Oak Bay's first 3 female mayors who were real leaders. The first, Frances Elford, was, we believe, the first female mayor in Western Canada to be elected. So just honoring that on International Women's Day. There was a great turnout with the reception afterwards, and it was very lovely. So if you have a chance, there's a plaque down on Beach Drive where the new tree is planted along Oak Bay itself. And finally, just a reminder, our budget deliberations continue this week. So Thursday night is a continuation of council budget consideration that starts a little earlier than our regular council meeting. Starts at 6 p.m. if anybody wants to come, either in person or online. There is always opportunity for public input. Those are all my remarks. So moving on to Section 8, we have Committee of the Whole recommendations. I'm going to invite any members of the public who wish to speak to us about... Oh, did I skip a page? Sorry, I'd be like, no way. Yeah, somehow I've managed to misplace one. Oh, there we go. So public comment and question period. This is an opportunity for members of the public who wish to speak to council on items of interest to Oak Bay that are not items on the agenda tonight, but maybe a broader interest to council. You can raise thoughts, you can ask questions, but we provide space at every meeting if anybody wishes to speak to council on items of interest. Again, the items on the agenda where they have public input will allow for that public input at the time we consider those items. So anybody in the audience or online, you can raise your hand through the Zoom app, can come forward and speak. You can do a great job of demonstrating. You push the middle button to turn it on. The red light will come on. State your name and municipality of residence, and then feel free to address council. Welcome.
Bob Wallace in Oak Bay. Totally, it's just a separate, it's a question. There's a lot of angst for people who walk along Oak Bay along about 3 blocks. And we now have sort of barriers up. And somebody is going to get killed there. Someone is going to get killed there. It needs to be refined. And one thing that is done in another municipality here is something transferred from France, which when you go out, you put out your arm. And it is effective. I do it. But there's other things that you talked about the flashing lights, but nobody wants the flashing lights all over the place. You couldn't get downtown for a week. So what I'm thinking of is better lighting as well. It's a strong belief amongst a bunch of guys that basically have coffee. When we watch it, and the number of U-turns there is very frequent, almost every day on the street. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wallace, sorry, I didn't quite catch the section of road you were talking about.
The 3 blocks of Oak Bay.
In the village.
Town and the village.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to council on other matters of interest, broader interest to the community? Apparently everybody's here for purposes tonight, which is nothing wrong with that. Okay, with that, we'll close off the public comment and question period and move on to items on the agenda. See, I have all my notes in order, and I did that. 8.1, Committee of the Whole recommendations for the meeting held February 18th. This is in the updated Municipal Emergency Response Plan. I'm going to invite any members of the public who wish to speak to us on this. This was the main topic of a full meeting that we had, which also invited public input, so we're probably not going to re-debate it here. So I'm going to ask for public input, and if there's none, at the conclusion of that at least, we will come back here and move the recommendation. Don't see any members of the public clamoring to speak to that item, so back to this table. The recommendation from the committee of the whole to ourselves is as written in here. Would someone like to just move that recommendation? Moved.
So moved, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. 9.1, we have appeal of decision. There is a poplar tree removal at 2130 Pentland. Mr. Hidley is here to answer questions. Is there someone to introduce the item? Ms. Anderson?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of council. Before you is a report regarding an appeal of decision to remove a poplar tree at the property located at 2130 Pentland Road. District bylaw provides a provision which allows the owner of a property to appeal the decision of a tree removal permit determined by the Manager of Parks and Services by request to the Director of Corporate Services. Mr. Hidlade, the Manager of Parks and Services, is available for questions, and the appellant did not confirm attendance, but
Yeah, they're here.
I was just going to say, if Mr. and Mrs. Dallas are available, they're also here for questions.
Fantastic, thank you. If the two of you wish to come forward, we don't, happy to just turn this over to council and see if there's any questions. We have your letter and we have the report. So questions of the applicant or staff from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff. My first question was just with regards to the distance of this tree to the building and whether staff does actually have any ability to allow for a tree permit based on the distance to a building. Thank you.
Mr. Hidley?
Through the mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor Smart. No would be the question there in regards to the distance from a tree from a building.
Councillor Smart?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, to staff, do you actually have the, could you clarify the distance of this tree to the building? Is that information available?
Mr. Hidley?
It's located in the rear right corner of the property. I would guess it would be about 15 meters from the actual house itself.
I'm going to turn that question over to the homeowners. Perhaps you might know a more exact distance.
First of all, there's two.
Oh, you need to turn on the microphone, sorry. And just need your name and municipality of residence, just for the record.
In Oak Bay on Pentland Road. Jeffrey. Dallas. Kristen Dallas. Do you want to? There's two buildings on the property. There's an outbuilding and the main house.
Okay.
We've been on the property for 20 years. it's not the tree itself, it's the root system. It's a poplar. It's probably the second most invasive root system for a tree. As I'd mentioned in the rebuttal letter, is that municipality, from what we understand, have removed poplar trees from municipal property in the past due to the invasive root structure of said tree. So we recently extended an outbuilding. We've noticed that the root system is nearing it. I don't know how thick and big those roots are underneath, but it looks at about 5 feet away right now. But we progressively over 20 years seen the roots get closer and closer to the house. So at one point, either we have to deal with the roots or the tree has to come down. So we'd rather deal with it now before it damages the foundation of our house or plumbing. So that's where we are right now.
Thank you. Can I just, you mentioned the outbuilding. Do you have a sense of how far the outbuilding is from this tree? Just approximately.
No,
10
I-
feet?
Yeah, the
can't
outbuilding,
case it
it's
out.
10 meters.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Smart? And then Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff, my last question is just with regards to the species. Poplar, at a first glance, did not appear to be on the approved trees list that was provided in our report. So I'm wondering, when a tree is not on the approved tree list, acknowledging this is a planting list, does this have any impact to staff's review process of taking a tree down? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Smart. It's not on our approved tree planting list for the reasons that have been mentioned. It does have an extensive and aggressive root system. We do use poplar varieties, but only in specific areas. It's not particularly a long-lived tree. And they do have an aggressive shallow root system, and which is relatively shallow.
Go ahead, Councillor. Please continue, Councillor Smart.
I thought that was my last question, but staff just spurred on a new question for me. So through you, Mayor, to Director Hadley, could you clarify then the, with regards to the age of the tree, is there a knowledge of the age of this tree and how many more years it may be likely to live? Thank you.
I would speculate that the tree is probably 60 years old. They are a tree that lifespan, if you read about them, is 75, maybe 100 on the outside in the Pacific Northwest, shorter in other areas. As far as the age class of the actual tree goes, in the report it does say mature. I would think that the tree would be mature to over mature, so it would be beginning to show some decline, but currently it shows every sign of good health.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hadley. I have Councillor Braithwaite and then Patterson.
Thanks so much, and through you to Mr. Hadley. So is there a way to stunt a root system? Like, is there a way to cut a root off and stop it from growing any further?
Thanks for the question. There is. You can put root barriers in. It's usually a temporary solution, however, just because of the aggressive nature of this actual tree root.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you to Mr. Hadley. Just following up on that, is there any other way to well, first of all, is the root growth, does it slow over age? And is there any way to perhaps mitigate that by containing the height of the tree?
Hadley.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. No, not really. One of the things that poplar trees have a reputation for is they're wonderful at regeneration from the actual rootstock itself. So you can often see poplar trees sprouting up from roots, especially if they've been wounded with a mower, for example. You'll have poplar trees begin to pop up in the lawn and such.
Thank you very much. I just had one, not seeing other questions, I had one question for Mr. Hadley. It's pretty rare that we take out healthy trees, so I'm just curious, I think the applicant has sort of indicated that we would ourselves take out some of these trees if they were causing issues. To your knowledge, have we ever removed a poplar that's healthy?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have, and always when we've been dealing with infrastructure conflict.
Thank you for that. I'm going to add one other question for the applicant. May I ask what the plan is if the tree permit refusal was overturned and so you were allowed to take out the tree, would that tree be replaced by another tree of?
Certainly would, yes. I mean, we've planted, I was going to count them, I think we're around 8 trees on our property we planted over the last 20 years. Some are significantly tall now as well. We've planted right close to that birch tree, poplar, 3 birch trees. So, and they're probably 10 meters tall now. So yeah, we planted, there are a bunch of trees. So yeah, we planted another one.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also have a question for the applicants. From your description in your letter and what you're saying tonight, it sounds like you've done some visual inspection of what you think is happening. Have you done any technical investigation to support your request?
So to be clear, I think what you're asking is, have we had another arborist give us their opinion on the tree? No, we have not. Our concern truly at this point is that the root system is noticeable through our lawn, which again, from what everybody seems to know here, is not a surprise. The tree was there when we arrived almost 21 years ago, and we've just seen it progressively creep in and creep in. And today when I stand on the lawn and see noticeable roots coming through my lawn, and that it's about 10 feet from the structure of my house, I'm just concerned. I'm sure we could wait. My question is just how long do we wait? And then do we have this question again? Because it's a robust tree.
Councillor Watson, anything else? Okay, I need to turn to this body for either questions or a motion at this point. Councillor Appleton.
Move the staff report be received, Your Worship.
Seconded. This doesn't do anything. This just allows us to formally receive the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed?
And then, Your Worship, I would move that in accordance with Section 13 of the Tree Protection Bylaw 2020, number 4742, the January 31st, 2025 decision denying the request to remove a poplar tree at 2130 Pentland Road be upheld.
Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. You can speak to that if you wish.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, yeah, I've spoken similarly on similar applications for removal in the past. Certainly, on every tree applies some degree of inconvenience and some kind of difficulty on its lot, especially mature ones. And because we value mature trees in Oak Bay, they come along with a certain degree of ancillary impacts. And I've spoken frequently about the trees on my lot, which I am absolutely empathetic to the concerns, because I am in the process of, on a regular basis, digging roots out of my perimeter drainage system, and the spruce that's on my lot has sent its roots up into my raised beds such that I can't really grow anything in them anymore. But it is the nature of the tree, and I like the mature trees both between my neighbor's property and the mature trees on my lot. So it is, in fact, a common occurrence that roots of mature trees will come into conflict with infrastructure on people's lots, and I deal with it myself. But I am of the opinion that the positive impacts of mature trees in our community, as community members have commented on many, many times, are worth the ancillary impacts, to be honest. And I know that they're there, but I think that we need to be very judicious about any mature tree a mature, healthy tree that we authorize for removal that would otherwise not be permitted for removal by our professional staff. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the motion? Not seeing any. I'm going, oh, sorry, Councillor Watson.
I'll speak. I'm actually at this very instant a bit conflicted about this particular application because there seems to be evidence from staff that these trees will prove to be difficult at some point, and that seems to be what's happening in this situation. However, at the moment, it's a very significant neighborhood tree. It is the thing that marks the skyline in Oak Bay for that little quadrant bounded by Victoria and Outer Pentland and McNeil, and it would be missed. So while I think, yes, eventually this tree is going to need a tree removal permit, I'm not sure that now is quite yet the right time. And that it is possible to take a wait-and-see approach for this, because although, as Councillor Appleton said, there is ancillary, there's more than inconvenience. There's the effect of the tree on the property. It hasn't caused damage yet, as far as has been reported by the applicant, and so I think, and it doesn't seem to pose any danger. So I think I would take a conservative approach and wait.
Don't see other discussion, so I'll call the.
I'm just
I'll let you have a
curious.
speak. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I'm just curious then, I appreciate the wait and see approach, but at what point does the actual house and the outbuilding, which are completely permitted and within all of the jurisdictional rules, have to be damaged for us to have a permit approved to remove it? Like, where do we find the
And
middle
then who
ground?
pays for that damage? Is it the municipality that pays for it because we've requested it to be removed?
Sure, those are legitimate questions, but ultimately this is the body's decision here to determine whether it's a reasonable ask at this time. I'll speak since we have a motion on the floor as well. I'm torn as well on this one, but where I have seen this decision tend to fall is where there has been very clear evidence that there's imminent, danger to damage to buildings, to see that the approvals go forward. There's been other cases where council's considered it, but this is the difficult part. We have a very formal sort of evaluation process that the staff undertake, and they're bound by those. And we have this appeal process to appeal if there's some extenuating circumstances or other things. It allows for some level of sort of oversight and reasonableness to be added in here. I don't know what the decision of this body is at this point, but to answer your question, I think that's council's sort of point, is that at what point does it become the reasonable point to allow for these trees to be removed, because they are assets, but they are also problematic at times. So that is the adjudication that this body is going through at this moment. Councillor Smart?
Again, the question was though, when it's 2 feet away, when it's a foot away, when it's right up against our foundation?
Mr. Dallas, I appreciate the desire for that specification. I cannot give that to you. The rules are very sort of clear in terms of where the staff can do it, and the appeal process is to this, and that determination is to go through that process. Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Hidley, I wondered if you could comment on, should these applicants wish to reach out in a year's time or on a regular basis to have the tree looked at again? Is that something that staff could assist with to look at the potential imminent damage that might occur as the tree develops?
What is the timeline that we usually undertake, Mr. Hidley?
Certainly, we could easily inspect the tree annually. It would be a visual inspection, however, just to assess the root growth and the tree's general health. At the time of the inspection, which is only good for that moment, the supervisor of arboriculture just felt the tree showed every sign of good health, with no visual infrastructure damage anywhere.
Mr. Hidley, just to remind us, is damage to infrastructure a viable reason to remove a tree under the staff's piece, or does that always have to come to council for consideration?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, not always. It really depends on the extent of the actual infrastructure damage. For example, we've had some London plane trees which are even far more vigorous and in far larger numbers planted throughout the district, crack house foundations. And that is looked at in a completely different light. I'm not saying that that's going to happen in this situation by any means, but it's a tree that is far more vigorous that we manage on a really regular basis on district land to begin to minimize these type of impacts.
Thank you for that. All right, I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? None opposed? I'm going to suggest, though, that one of the points made in this report is that, you know, one of the stresses that come from this is that there is no appeal process and there's no timeline for sort of reconsideration. I'm just wondering if it might make sense. I think this has been, Mr. Heideley, maybe I'll just ask you the question as sort of a follow-up. Do you think it's in the back of my mind, I'm thinking it might be worthwhile to tweak this a little bit so there is a time frame, so maybe within 5 years or something, and an appeal can be made. I'm just might seek a direction from council on this one, just to sort of suggest that maybe direct staff to come back with no urgency on this, but some possible tweaks to the tree protection bylaw that might consider a time frame for reappeal. Because I think the question asked of the applicant is a reasonable one. It's like, when does that have to happen? If they don't have a chance to come forward, they're sort of all eggs in one basket on these asks. Councillor Braithwaite?
Perhaps I'm wondering if Mr. Heideley might know if there's something like that written into other districts' tree protection bylaws, and that if we could perhaps look at them and bring some information back on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's maybe good to direct a specific change, or maybe just some options back for consideration as part of that might be an appropriate approach. Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment, building upon this idea that one of the options could be around the imminent damage due to proximity to the building, because I am aware of other municipalities that do have a clause around the distance of trees to buildings. So I acknowledge in this case the tree is actually quite far away from the structures, and it's the root system that we're looking at, so that may or may not apply here. But I appreciate the follow-up. I think that it would be more comforting to have something that really addressed the potential for imminent damage, having it to go as far as actually damaging a building has some discomfort for me, that we have to wait until the damage happens. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have to wait. I think that's just been the outcome of that previously. So might I just, I can't move council to it, but maybe just suggest a motion here to ask staff to come back with options
I'll make that motion,
for an appeal process, secondary appeal process, moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Can I ask a point of clarification? The staff report does point out to us that there's no time frame specified in the bylaw right now, but when somebody can come back and reapply. So in theory, that could be 2 months from now. So I think that's something that probably would also, I'd want to have addressed in whatever this is.
Sorry, and thank you. My understanding was that you could not come back and reapply, but is that did I misread that, Mr. Heideley? Is that, can the applicant come back at any time? My understanding was once the decision was made, that was the end of the ask.
Thank you, Worship. My understanding is that if the tree was reassessed, because the assessment is only good for that specific period of time, if things change, that the applicants could certainly reapply. We haven't had that exact scenario before, but that would be my understanding.
Okay, I think that might actually not be needed then for the ask. I think my understanding was you couldn't apply for an appeal once the decision was made. So if that's viable, if there's been a material change in situation, that the appeal could happen again. Mr. Heideley?
Certainly viable, because the conditions of the tree it's a living thing, constantly changing.
Okay, thank you. So to the applicants, the Dallases, thank you for bringing this forward. Did not get support at this time. Certainly keep an eye on it. Use our staff to help you do assessments of the tree. And as we heard from staff, it's possible to re-ask again if the material situation changes. Thank you. All right, we move now to item, oh, sorry, Councillor Watson.
And thank you. Just a point of clarification. The staff report says, yes, you can't re-appeal the appeal, but you can at any time come back and apply for a tree removal permit. So there's no time frame. It's provided in our bylaw between this decision tonight and when somebody can come back and ask the same thing again. So in theory, that could be next week. And I just wondered if that is something that might appropriately be addressed if this work is being done.
I think at this point, the motion was made, but it was sort of withdrawn because it's deemed to be not necessary at this point, so, yeah. Okay. Moving to 9.2, we have the Henderson and Haultain-Estevan Neighbourhood Bikeway Project update. We have Mr. Rennick, our Director of Engineering and Public Works, with us this evening. Welcome, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The purpose of the report before you is to provide an update on the Henderson and Haultain-Estevan Neighbourhood Bikeways project. These projects were initially advanced by Council in 2023, seeking that staff proceed with detailed design of these two projects. Detailed design was conducted as well as a public engagement exercise. The detailed designs and the What We Heard report are attached to the materials in front of you. I also apologize. I added a figure this afternoon that identified the specific locations where parking stalls would need to be removed. This was in the report in tabular format at the time of agenda publication, but we felt today that a visual aid would be more effective, so I apologize for the late addition, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rennick. Just for those we have some unfamiliar faces in the crowd tonight, so I'll just, for the items like this that have public input, the general process is we'll have questions that from council to staff. If there's an applicant, in that case, we would ask them of applicant as well, but in this case, it's just a staff report. We'll ask questions of staff, some clarification pieces. We won't get into debate, we'll just make sure that we're getting our questions answered at that time. Conclusion of the questions, we'll go to the public. We'll invite people to come forward and speak to council. As always, just ask that everybody be respectful. We're probably going to have different opinions in this room tonight, so we want to hear from everybody. The intention here is whatever happens, we want it to be the best it can be, so we do welcome all opinions and ideas because we need to make sure we hear everybody clearly and people feel safe coming forward to speak. So with that, I also probably should preface, there was, actually I won't, I'm happy with that. I'll go to Councillor Braithwaite first.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I do have a few questions, and I think I'll start off with, because the price tag of this is about approximately $1.8 million. Can you please explain for everyone in the room's knowledge where exactly the dollars are coming from, and if any of that is coming from taxes, please?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the Mayor, the funding source for capital projects is generally from reserves. There was some decision made by council last year to increase funding for a new active transportation infrastructure program, partially via taxation. However, the funding source for this is a mixed bag of the active transportation program, sidewalk upgrades where sidewalk upgrades are contemplated, road upgrades where road upgrades are contemplated. Typically with these projects, we do tap multiple budgets just because, just to be nimble, essentially.
So we don't know exactly how much would be coming from taxes at this point.
I do not have that exact figure at this time.
Thank you. And then my next question is, can you please explain the difference between a speed hump and a speed bump?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the Mayor, yes, I understand that some of that terminology was mixed up in some of the public engagement. Bumps are typically what you see in parking lots. They're the ones that are very sharp and you have to go almost walking speed to get over them. Humps are the ones that are more commonly seen on roads. So vehicles need to slow down, but they don't have to do that, walking speed like going over a speed bump. So the design contemplates speed humps, not bumps.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. And how do speed humps affect transit buses?
Rennick?
Through the mayor, transit buses do have to slow down to get over them, but they are able to get over them as there are a number of transit routes in the area that have speed humps on them.
Thank you. And where there's a speed hump, does that take away the parking on either side of the road from a speed hump?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, not necessarily. Some people don't like to park directly on top of them, but we have not identified those locations as no parking locations.
Thank you. That's really helpful. My next question is around the Beach-Estevan going down to Esplanade section. And I looked at that, and with the bump outs that are proposed for there, it almost looks like it would be impossible for a fire truck to make it around that corner. So I'm just wondering if you can clarify for me that the emergency vehicles are still able to navigate that turn.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, these designs have been reviewed with the fire chief, and the consultant who was responsible for making the design was given the turning template for Oak Bay's ladder truck.
Thank you. And then there's two spots that look like they're coming out on Cadbury Bay Road, according to the little diagram that we just received tonight. And it looks like that's right beside Old Farm Market and Pure Vanilla. Is that correct? Or is it further up?
Through the mayor, the parking stalls that are slated for removal from Cadbury Bay Road are actually on the north side of Estevan, so they're not directly in front of the businesses. And they are required for greater sight lines to the current crosswalk and proposed bike and pedestrian crossing.
Thank you. And then I was wondering when I looked at the bikeway going up beside, or up Elgin and through to the tennis bubble, I was wondering if consideration of the redoing of the track there had been taken into consideration when this plan was originally looked at.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, the only section of path that's being impacted is on the outside of the fence. This design has no bearing on the running track other than that it's immediately next to it.
Thank you. I think that the plans at the track are to actually add a public washroom building in right around there. So I think it would be, that would be one of my hopes, is that that could be taken into consideration or maybe taken back and have had a look at with the people that are kind of doing the design, the school board who's doing the design around that track. And that would be one of the suggestions that I would have perhaps moving forward. And then my next question is, when I look at the removal of parking spots around the East Down area, by my count, there are 25 spots being removed on East Down. And I'm wondering if there's been a parking study done around that area where those 25 spots are being proposed to be removed.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, no parking study has been conducted in support of this design.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question before I move on to anybody else is on Estevan. I know that there's a speed hump proposed for that road, and that's the parade, the Oak Bay Tea Party parade route, and I'm wondering if that's been taken into consideration as well, that it might have somehow affect the parade at all.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, the Tea Party parade was not factored in particular. However, I would note that everything in the Tea Party parade is able to navigate ordinary roads, and speed humps are certainly a feature on ordinary roads, so I wouldn't see it having a significant impact on the parade.
Thank you. I'll pass it on to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Appleton, then Patterson, then Smart.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to staff. Mr. Rennick, thank you for bringing forward this project. It's an exciting time to see this moving ahead and the first sort of really big, substantive active transportation projects being evaluated in Oak Bay, so it's a real positive amount of material here. I just wanted to ask for clarification. Council did a short while back direct that new active transportation infrastructure should meet the AAA standard, and in this particular case, that standard's not possible because there's an interest in sort of keeping a neighborhood bikeway feel, which clearly requires less intervention. So I'm just wondering whether you could sort of speak to how this design would be modified to meet a AAA standard, and so sort of what the lighter touch on the road surface means in this case, because it's not going to the full AAA standard.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, staff's position was that because these were pulled ahead as quote-unquote quick wins, that the default AAA resolution did not apply to these two projects. It was addressed in the staff report that one of the ways to meet the AAA standard in British Columbia with neighborhood bikeways is to have vehicle speeds at 30 kilometers per hour or lower and vehicle volumes under 1,000 vehicles per day. While these designs will be 30 kilometers per hour, just by the nature of how these routes fit into our transportation network, it is likely that the volumes will exceed the 1,000 vehicle per day target. Typically, what we've seen neighboring municipalities do to try and lower vehicle volumes is by essentially having areas, for example, along Richardson Street, where cyclists are allowed to go through, but drivers are not. Nothing of that type has been contemplated with these designs. And so I would say that would be the difference if this were to deliver on the AAA neighborhood bikeway standard. And were that to be something contemplated, there would be reasonable questions about what would be the alternative routes that those vehicles would start to take.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to follow up and to Mr. Rennick's point, so to meet a AAA's, this neighborhood bikeway standard differs from a AAA standard in that we're not making significant modifications to the flow of traffic on any of these streets. Where there are streets involved, the traffic remains the same as it has been, with the exception of things like speed humps to slow down traffic. But the traffic flow and the capacity of the road is unchanged as far as traffic goes.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, that's correct. I think you will see some impacts on traffic, as you say, because of the speed humps and the 30K limit. But with no diversions or areas where vehicles are forced to turn, there are stronger policy tools if you are looking to lower vehicle volumes. That being said, we don't know at this time what the impact on the volumes will be. Traffic is dynamic, and drivers sometimes behave in ways that you don't expect them to. And so I think that it would be prudent to implement them and do a count, and then you have those levers that you can pull later if there are concerns about vehicle volumes.
That's an excellent segue, Your Worship, and so through you to staff, that was going to be exactly one of my next questions, was with respect to traffic counts, and is a follow-up after, should the project go ahead, is a follow-up traffic count contemplated by this, or would council need to consider a separate line item in the upcoming budget?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, the engineering department owns several automatic traffic counting devices and has the capability to deploy them. And I believe that were the project to go ahead, doing a post-implementation count is something that we could just do as part of our operational work plan and as part of reporting out on how the project went.
Please continue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just with respect to, and thank you to Mr. Rennick, with respect to some of the information that was provided in the summary report appended, there is made reference to essentially adapting the design to the types of roads in Oak Bay, and sort of it actually uses the word character and the character of roads in Oak Bay. So I know that residents have referenced on a number of different occasions, the specific nature of some of the individual roads in Oak Bay. So would it be fair to say that this design, based on the direction from staff to the consultant preparing the design, that the design took into account sort of the specific nature of the individual streets that it was being laid out on?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, I would say that the direction that was provided to the council was, because these are quick wins, that we didn't want to see major modifications to the roads in terms of relocating the curbs or changing their look and feel. We are aware that there are elements of these roads that make them unique. For example, you have the traffic island at Haultain-Estevan with the pin oak, or you have Estevan, which is quite narrow and has many street trees that are immediately adjacent to it. And so that's the kind of context that the consultant was provided with of, people like the way these roads look, and let's try and keep them that way.
Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just finally to Mr. Rennick, I'm very pleased with the scope and scale of the engagement that's laid out in the attached report. And I think if Mr. Rennick can confirm, as we stated when council spoke to the revision of the active transportation plan, it was definitely communicated to the community that active engagement with the public would happen in order to guide design. So to my recollection, this is the first public engagement specifically of this type on an active transportation project. Seems to have gotten very good reach and quite a lot of input. Can we just confirm that this is sort of the first project of its kind as far as this type of engagement, and just confirm that we would exercise a similar type of engagement on upcoming active transportation projects of similar scope?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, this was the first broad consultation. This body recently deliberated McNeil. We did do some neighborhood consultation on McNeil, which consisted of mailing letters to the residents. However, this one was broad-based. There was signage around the district, and it was advertised on our social media. So I would say this is certainly, it was a larger undertaking than the McNeil consultation. With respect to future consultation, it's staff's intention to have council sign off on a project sign off on the consultation approach for the rest of the network, just to ensure that what staff has in mind for the consultation is in line with what council has in mind, because we do know these are important projects for council and the community, and so we want to make sure that council is fully endorsing our consultation approach.
Thank you, Mr. Rennick. Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Patterson, and then Smart.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Rennick, for the report. A few questions that I do have. I noticed in the report that it refers to review of the plan by a number of departments, but not by community building and planning. Given that community building and planning, well, I think the name really says it all, but given that they have been working extensively on changes to certainly housing, but also that affects the parking and transportation. So I'm wondering if at any point in time they did give any input to this plan that is before us tonight.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, the councillor is correct. The community building and planning department was not formally engaged on the plans. Typically, my involvement as far as planning departments go is that there are targets in the official community plan. I have not typically seen planning departments engaged on the specifics. However, so that is something that council were to direct on future projects, we could do so.
Councillor Patterson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And so on the, also in the report, it does indicate that there will be an amendment required to the streets and traffic bylaw because of the elephant feet crossing. And I'm just wondering if that public engagement part, because it would have to go to public engagement if it was a bylaw, if that cost for the public engagement is part of the estimate that's before us, the budget that's before us, and if that is also part that has been factored into the staff work plan.
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, while bylaw amendments are subject to public comment, it has not been our practice to engage the public on that type of a bylaw change. So I would not see there being a need for a public engagement budget unless council were to so direct.
Councilor Patterson.
Thank you for that response. I noticed on the drawing, kind of page 39, in around the Wooten area and kind of where it's a change in the terrain that is in there. I'm wondering if you could comment on the extent of the rock removal that would be required, and also for the private driveways that will be affected in those areas, if the costs for the remediation of the driveways is included in this budget, or if it would be borne by the residents.
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, we don't have an exact figure for the amount of rock removal that would be required. We tried to keep it minimal, which is why there's a couple of areas where the trail doesn't quite meet the full 4.5 meter wide standard. Really tried to balance rock removal costs with the need to achieve a wider trail standard. And with respect to the driveways, there are no private property impacts. So all of the impacts to the driveway are in the public realm and are part of the project budget. There would be no additional cost to those owners.
Thank you, Mr. Rennick. Go ahead, Councilor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Where we are making improvements through the Estevan village, will there also be sidewalk improvements for improving walkability in the area along with the other road work that's being done?
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, that has not been contemplated as part of this project at this time.
Councilor Patterson, anything else?
Yes, I think there are members of the community that might have something to comment on about that, but nevertheless, I will leave that as it is with the answer. On page 2 of the report, it talks about minimizing impact to other road users and street parking. And so I am wondering if the staff could, perhaps Mr. Rennick could just, could in some way respond to the things that were looked at that in fact reduced any impact on other road users and street parking. In other words, was there kind of an earlier design that perhaps would have had greater impact, and was that revisited then to ensure that we minimized as much as possible any impact on road users?
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, primarily one of the ways that impacts were mitigated was by using the neighborhood bikeway approach as opposed to protected lanes approach. There was not an earlier design that had protected lanes. These were always identified as neighborhood cycling routes, but that does have a bit of an impact. And with respect to the parking specifically, there has been a slight reduction in what is in these plans compared to what is in the plans that we're engaged on. The boards for the public engagement from summer of 2024 had a total of 55 parking spaces being removed, and at this point we are at 45. So there have been some modifications. We went from 55 down to 45.
Go ahead, Councilor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I think I just have one more question. The area that is in the east down Fair Street, Epworth, Haultain area, that area is quite mixed use because there are a lot of multi-tenant buildings in the area. And my understanding is that they are non-conforming as to the status of their parking. Do we have any reports that show how that area is impacted by existing changes to requirements for parking that really impacts this area, because it seems to me that the area, and I walk it frequently, it is very heavily impacted, and certainly by what we can see on this drawing, it is facing one of the greatest impacts from some of these changes. So I'm wondering if staff could just comment on that.
Yeah, Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, no parking study was conducted to support these designs. I would just note that there is a compound curve going through that area. There's essentially two curves, one after another, and the roads are quite narrow. So that is why there is an impact on parking in that area. It's essentially to ensure visibility around that compound curve.
Thank you, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you. And just one last question. The report also does talk about community outreach, primarily targeting cyclists. But to me, that would seem that the group that's most likely to be agreeable and less likely to perhaps have a perspective that reflects neighborhood residents and businesses who are also affected by this. What type of community outreach was done for residents other than the cyclists?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, the only formal outreach event was the ride with the design team, which was seeking feedback on the design aspects from cyclists. However, no member of the community was discouraged from doing the survey. The survey was broadly advertised. There was signage throughout the district, and it was also advertised on district social media. So I would say that of the 727 survey people who did the survey, we didn't ask their demographics on how many of them were cyclists, but it was broadly advertised.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. I now turn to Councillor Smart and then Councillor Watson.
Well, thank you. Through Mayor to Mr. Rennick. Based on previous comments tonight, can you confirm that what is stated at the bottom of page 4 of the staff report with regards to the budget is still correct, that this project is within the existing approved budget and that no additional funding is required to be approved tonight, and specifically that none that would trigger a potential property tax increase this year?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, that is correct. There is adequate funds in the capital program to accommodate this project without requiring an additional transfer from reserve.
Thank you. My next question is with regards to page 4 of the drawing set that depicts the Goldsmith parking lot. Can you describe the intent? There's a second south entry to the Goldsmith parking lot that appears that it might encourage cyclists to enter and drive through the parking lot itself. It's at the top of the page, there's a blue box depicting that particular entry to the parking lot. And I just was a bit confused as to why there was that secondary entrance to the parking lot, acknowledging the well-considered main entrance to the parking lot that has a great direct access to Goldsmith Avenue. I appreciate your explanation.
Through the mayor, we have actually asked the consultant to remove that. That was installed basically because some public works and parks staff park their vehicles there, but we felt that, as you say, it encouraged a shortcut, so we've actually asked that to be removed before the 100%.
Can I just get clarification? Sorry, what is being removed? The southernmost access that's there currently? Is that?
There is not actually an access there. This is essentially a small section of pathway that would have been right at the northern edge of the Elgin Gardens property to allow someone to access the very southern part of that parking area. It's basically a quick way for people who are parked there to get onto the pathway, but we have asked for it to not be shown on the 100%.
That clarification. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. My next question, can you please describe any measures that are being undertaken to provide visibility of the cycling parking lot crossing through the Goldsmith parking lot to car drivers. In reading the drawings, it looked like there was going to be a couple sharrows, but I'm wondering, is there some green paint there to help raise awareness? If you could just describe sort of the conceptual intent of making it visible that there's a cycling route right through the middle of the parking lot. Thank you.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, yes, the proposed treatment is the bike stencils. There is not green conflict paint being proposed there. Typically, green conflict paint is used on roads. Parking lots, there is an expectation that people are driving at walking speed or not much faster. However, if there is a request of council, we could get the designer to comment on whether conflict paint would be appropriate there.
Thank you. Councillor Smart?
Thank you. My next question was, what is engineering's plan for monitoring traffic counts on the routes post-construction and with the potential of potentially adding more traffic calming if required once the route is completed? So I'm just wondering, is there thoughts towards, like this is such a great starting point, but are we going to have an evaluation period in which we reflect on that we have achieved a safe enough design? Thank you.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, as I alluded to earlier, we do have the technology and the ability to do vehicle counts. We also recently acquired a cyclist counter, so we would have the ability to do cycling counts as well. Certainly, we are always monitoring our roads through a number of different vectors, whether it's the counts we do ourselves, issues that are raised to us by police, issues that are raised to us by residents. So I have not created a formal evaluation for this project at this point in time. However, it's certainly something that we would be keeping an eye on, and we would be doing traffic counts and cyclist counts at key points at regular intervals.
Continue.
Yeah, thank you. Through Mayor, to Mr. Rennick, can staff confirm that the reason for all the parking space removals are to increase safety for the project?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, any parking spaces that are being removed are either to increase sightlines to crosswalks or to create wider shared lanes. That's kind of the genesis of some of the ones in the curve where, the Haultain-Estevan curve, where if there are vehicles parked on both sides of the road, there is not a lot of road left for vehicles and bikes to safely share it. So by and large, I would say that yes, all of the parking stalls being removed are related to safety improvements.
Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. I just have one final question. Through you, Mayor, to staff. So our neighborhood has come forward to describe to us sort of existing parking issues in the East Down and Estevan neighborhood. And while this project has sought to improve, and it appears to have successfully addressed so many of our neighbors' comments in the recent designs, it may not fully address the existing problems that are already there. And I'm wondering, are there other, separate of this project, are there other ways that staff could assist this neighborhood, whether it be with residential parking permits or evaluating where I noticed there's a lot of yellow curbed areas in front of apartment buildings in this area. And I wonder, like, separate of this project, are there ways in which staff can continue to work with the neighborhood to solve parking issues that in a sense, are almost unrelated to this project, but have come to light with this project? Thank you.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, one of the challenges with the way that the Oak Bay Streets and Traffic Bylaw is written with regards to resident-only parking or time-limited parking is that residents are able to apply for a permit that exempts them, but they are only exempted in front of their own property or directly across the street from their own property, which can become challenging in these areas when the parking stall in front of your property needs to be removed for a safety improvement, for example. So one of the compromises that a past council made when Henderson Road had its bike lane installed was in that bylaw, there's actually an exemption that if you live on Henderson, you can park along any of those adjacent streets as though you were a resident on those streets. So that is something that council could look at of if there is a specific hardship being caused in a specific location, we could look at modifying the bylaw provisions around where does residential only parking apply, and that would provide some more options for these residents of perhaps they no longer have the parking stall directly in front of their property, but they can go further down the block, for example. So there are certainly other abilities that council has to look at some of the issues in this neighborhood.
Anything else? Councillor Watson.
Thank you very much. You're not done yet, Mr. Rennick. I just have a very few questions. First of all, I would like if you could, on my little iPad here and looking at the construction design of the access from Elgin, parallel to the works yard and then into Goldsmith. It's hard for me to actually see the detail. Could you explain what happens to a bike when it comes there and whether it is still going to have to navigate the narrow passage around that large Gary Oak, or whether the access point is now going to be straight on and sort of parallel to the fence?
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, at this point in time, cyclists will still need to navigate the sidewalk around the Gary Oak. The reason that modifications were not made there is that it would have an impact on the flow of vehicles entering and exiting the public works yard. And the project team felt that making changes there would be significant, might result in impacts to the Gary Oak. Knowing that the public works yard will eventually need to be redeveloped, it was felt that this could be left as sort of an interim, not great situation that is monitored, and when changes are made to that property, that crossing could be improved.
Thank you. Now back to speed humps, just a couple of questions. In terms of the humps that are shown in the 90% design, they look like they're all the divided kind where the cyclist wheels or can go in between sections of the hump. Could you just comment on whether there are any road maintenance implications or costs from using the divided style versus the solid style, which is like the continuous strip of mounded asphalt?
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, not really maintenance implications. They're a little bit more expensive to construct initially just because you're doing 3 separate mounds instead of 1, but not really a large maintenance concern. And I would just add that the reason that they have the gaps is particularly on the uphill sections. If you're already biking up a hill, then having to bike over a hump basically adds to the apparent steepness of the hill. So it makes it easier for cyclists because they don't have to climb a hill on top of a hill.
Great segue to my final question. Speed hump shown on Henderson on the downhill slope between West Down and Neil. That's a route that I used to commute on every day. And I know there's now a proposed 30 kilometer per hour. But with the hump, I guess I had a personal concern that you could still go airborne going over it because it's very easy to reach speeds over 30 kilometers per hour coming down that hill, even just coasting. So I just wondered about the safety of using that particular approach there on that slope.
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, I would say that with the gaps in between the humps and also based on the height of them and the gentle slope of them, I don't foresee them becoming ramps. They'll also be quite visible. I don't foresee that as being a significant safety concern.
Thank you. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I have a few questions, but just after I'm concluded my questions, unless there's any sort of quick follow-ups, we'll go to public comment and questions as well. So just so you have some sense of the timeline of this. This I think is a very simple yes, but on page 32 of the report, at the crosswalk at the corner of Goldsmith and B Street, it looks like there's a new crosswalk going in, but there's a little arrow pointing to it saying crosswalk to be removed. I'm assuming in just the old crosswalk will be sort of stripped down and then they'll put a new crosswalk there. Is that the intent? It's not just losing a crosswalk, Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct. It's replacing the existing crosswalk with a new crosswalk.
Okay. The other question I had is this design ends at the corner of Elgin and Oak Bay Avenue, but sometimes it's hard to turn left onto Elgin from Oak Bay Avenue. I'm just wondering if there's been any contemplation of extending the design work onto Oak Bay Avenue where there's a more distinct left turn position so bikes coming down Oak Bay Avenue can turn on to Elgin at that location. Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, this project does end just north of Oak Bay Avenue. There is a future Oak Bay Avenue project that was identified in the 9 priority routes. And so essentially the decision was made to stop just short of Oak Bay Avenue rather than moving onto Oak Bay Avenue, knowing that there was a future Oak Bay Avenue project.
Okay, thank you. If we wanted to ask for a little extension of that, we'd have to do it at this table and add it onto this design.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. So the other question I had is where it becomes a trail along Henderson, it crosses over the Kings Wooten and Carrick roads. I'm just curious about the visibility of those sections for cars. Currently, it's a bit of a blind. There's rocks jutting out and things. But, it makes sense to me that right now the stop sign's oriented towards the bikes. I'm just wondering if there's adequate visibility to reorient those stop signs so that the cars stop like they do, I say, if you encounter the Galloping Goose Trail, and they would look both ways to look for bikes and allow the bikes to flow a bit more through that section.
Through the mayor, we could take that question back to the consultants. I can't comment on the logic of why the cyclists face the stop sign there and not the cars, so I'd have to take that away.
Okay. Yeah, I could see why if there wasn't visibility, because a bike zipping through at 30 kilometers an hour, if there wasn't adequate visibility, would be a problem. But I think that's a worthwhile question. And I'm not entirely clear from the designs. It looks like there might be center lines on Haultain and Eastdown. Is that the intention, or are they intended to be lineless streets?
Through the mayor, they are intended as center lines just because of the curve that I mentioned, just to make sure that vehicles stay on the correct side of the road.
Okay. Is just out of curiosity, there's certainly other roads out there that don't use a center line. It's just saying it's required because of the curve to keep the cars on the appropriate side. Is that? Sorry, I'm trying to get my head around that.
Yes, center lines are typically used in curved sections of roads just to basically give drivers a visual of where to end up. For example, the Monterey to St. Anne transition outside of the fire hall also has a center line just through that curved portion of the road.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. The other thing is on the parking lot at Goldsmith. If I'm looking at the parking lot design, which is page 31 of 68. At that section where the blue goes in, there's bollards, and it says that there's one parking stall being removed there. But if I look at the design, it looks like there's no parking directly south of the access and no parking directly north. And if I add up those parking stalls, it looks like there's 5 or 6 parking stalls going away in that process. And those are active parking stalls at this time. Can you explain the difference between the number 1 showing for the parking stall and what appears to be a loss of 5?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we did request that the consultant modify that access because we felt the access that they were showing, while it is nice because it's a straight on, we felt it impacted too many parking stalls. And so they will be coming back with a 100% design that doesn't look exactly like this and only impacts the 1 parking stall as opposed to the 5 that are currently being shown.
Okay, that helps clarify that. Thank you. I am going to go to again, sorry, I don't have the page number, but the intersection of Haultain and Eastdown. I'm just in that design, again, just sort of curious about the as Eastdown curves around onto Haultain. Sorry, it is page 41. There is a bump out line along that, the lower side of that design on Eastdown as it goes around the corner with bollards marking. And I guess just looking at that, there's lots of parking in there, but it also squeezes all the traffic into that one area. And is there a rationale for doing something like that as opposed to just allowing that maybe a dedicated bike section along there so that there's the bikes can still flow through that intersection, but the cars may have to stop?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. The way that that design was chosen is currently that intersection is kind of a sea of asphalt, and it's not immediately obvious where exactly a car should be and who has the right of way. There is a stop sign for traffic who is heading on Haultain towards the beach. This design is essentially having that section of Eastdown now face the stop sign, and the road is being narrowed through the paint and the bollards in order to bring those northbound vehicles on Eastdown to a stop. And so that they have to stop and look, and Haultain will have the priority. So essentially it's narrowing the Eastdown approach to try and cut down a little bit on the sea of asphalt. But this was one of the most challenging parts of the design, the geometry of those two roads. There's not a lot of good ways to deal with the angle that those two roads meet at.
Yeah, thank you. It is obviously very problematic and difficult, so I appreciate the difficulty of that. So can you just clarify for me, because again, not entirely clear, there's a new black line that goes out both there and at the point of where Haultain comes in. There's bollards. Are those black lines coming out? Is that a new curb coming out, or is it just, I'm trying to get my head, is that just a line on the street with bollards behind it?
That is a paint marking, and there will be two small traffic islands. There's the ones that are identified as traffic calming curbs, basically just somewhere to put a sign and a greater obstacle so that drivers will stay on the left side of the line. But this is mostly a paint and signs solution.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and again, so that's the same answer then as I think I heard earlier, was at the corner of Estevan and Musgrave. Those are not changes. Those are just a series of bollards and paint on the road that extend the intersection of Estevan into that intersection. So I'm looking at the north east corner in particular.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And can I just last question, I think, for me at this point, second from last, if you go down to the Estevan crossing at Beach Drive, this is page 45, there's significant bump outs and so forth at that intersection. Can I understand people often come down on the north side of Estevan, pedestrians, but there's no pedestrian crossing. There's a narrow crossing, it's been made narrow, but there's no pedestrian crossing. There's no crosswalk, and there's not even a cement to the edge. Is there a rationale there for not including a crosswalk at that point?
I don't have that information at this point in time. I'd have to go back to the consultant on that.
Okay. There's lots of people who walk down there, and there's actually no crosswalk turning south either, so they're almost abandoned on that corner if they're on their way to the beach. And the other question related to that is on the northwest corner, so heading away from the intersection north. There's two parking spots being removed there, but they're not obviously involved in sight lines at that point because you're going away from the intersection. Can you explain to me the rationale for the loss of those, maybe it's one or two, it's not entirely clear, parking stalls on the right?
I'm afraid I don't have that information either. I would have to get back to you with that one.
Okay, fair. Last question I have is that overall, I went through all of the routes in here, and one of the nice things about the route that I saw was that all of the curbs are gentle. So if you're rolling on any device and you need to get off the road, there's angled curbs, there's quarter round curbs, but they're all rollable. But the proposal here, there's not a lot of changes to the curves right now, but the proposal is that changes to the curves would go to the 6-inch high right angle curbs. And just in the interest of A, character, and B, just general safety for cyclists, is that something that we might want to reconsider as part of the design piece, both to fit into the community, but also just from a pure safety of rolling perspective? Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, the rollover curbs that were installed in the past are not a style that's really commonly used anymore. It's more common practice to see either the 150 millimeter high, what is called non-mountable curbs, or having transitions to a flush curb at places where you want someone entering and exiting the sidewalk. It certainly could be changed if there was a desire to have that done so. But I would say that it's actually safer to have the non-mountable curbs in most locations. You avoid the concern about a parked car rolling up onto the sidewalk because you have that physical barrier.
Thank you for those answers, Mr. Rennick. Those conclude my questions. You had one. Trying to continue, Councillor Braithwaite, then we'll go to the public.
Thanks so much. Actually, one thing that you brought up in regards to the Estevan Beach Drive, I think the reason there isn't a crosswalk on that other side is because there's no sidewalk on that side of the road. So there could be a crosswalk there and then come across to where the sidewalk is, but I think that's probably why there's no crosswalk there. My question is around the survey. Do we know, you said there was about 774 respondents to the survey, and I'm just wondering if we know how many of those people lived in Oak Bay and whether or not people were able to answer the survey more than once.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, I do not have the demographic information on their residences. And I believe that someone could take the survey more than once, but I believe that the platform would detect if there were multiple repeated surveys. I can't comment on that definitively, but that's a fairly common feature of survey platforms.
Thank you. And then lastly, you talked about the resident parking doing something similar to what was up at Henderson. I think that my question then would be, where just the lack of parking around that area around the East Down, where would they actually park? They'd probably have to park blocks away, even with their resident parking spot. So I guess it's a rhetorical question. Yeah, that would be my comment there, is that they probably would have to park a long ways away because of the lack of parking around there.
Thank you. Rhetorical questions, we're not counting as questions. No, it's okay. It happens. No, we're going to go to the public for going to at this point, the opportunity for public to make comments or questions. Just a reminder, I mean, I think very clearly this whole council has unanimously been supportive of active transportation. So I don't, I think it's important for us to sort of recognize that intent. People are welcome if they don't think this is worthwhile at all. You're welcome to share any opinion. I think also that was really important for us to do our due diligence here, ask questions, and make sure we're getting it right as we're going through this. And in the spirit of both of those, just ask that, again, all comments are respectful of staff and of each other, and we'll listen to them all. We do want to get this as right as we possibly can. There's always going to be some trade-offs. So thank you very much in advance for your thoughtful comments. With that, invite anybody to come forward who wishes to speak. I'm going to limit each speaker. Please come forward. It'd be a good trial run as we go through this. I'm going to try and, given the number of people here, I'm going to ask people to keep their comments to less than 3 minutes. But if you need to come up to a second time to finish, we'll allow that. But I just think if we don't put some limits on there, we just might not have a hard time getting through all the comments. So, and I do recognize there's a number of people in the room to the side here. So if you want to poke your head out the door, I'll make sure I call you forward as well. So process is the same as we had earlier. Just state your name, municipality of residence. You don't have to give your address, just your municipality. And you're welcome to address council. And we'll try and make this as friendly as possible. So don't feel nervous or... Oh, and you have to push the button first. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Anne. I live in Oak Bay. I did speak a couple weeks ago, but today I wrote it down, which will help me. As a homeowner and resident on Epworth Street for 22 years, I have seen changes in growth impact our street. I am aware that this comes with living in an urban area, but feel the need to share how it affects both residents and commuters on a daily basis. To hone in on one current issue of concern, the parking on our street is an ongoing challenge. We have a church on one end, a high school on the other, as well as a rec center, and it also serves as a major pass-through for daily commuters on both bikes and in cars. The proposed cycling route includes removing parking spaces on an already car-dense street and densely populated area. There is a block of apartment buildings around the corner on Haultain with insufficient parking as it is now. The removal of 19 parking spots on Haultain and Eastdown creates a major issue, which the only outcome will be increased volume on our street. There's also a proposed building for 2442 Eastdown with 18 units, which removes 3 more street parking spaces and will only be providing 10 parking spaces, even though the bylaw requires 40. That gives a new potential parking deficit of 52 spaces on our neighborhood streets. Epworth Street is extremely narrow, as it is a single lane street, as 2 cars cannot pass each other. We must yield to oncoming cars and bicycles, which in turn means having to keep driving until you can pull into a clear space on the side of the road. If cars are parked down both sides of the street, there's simply no place to pull over and let cars or bicycles pass. You can say the same for emergency vehicles, garbage recycling pickup, deliveries. Also worth mentioning is accessibility. If someone resides or is visiting with mobility issues, it can be very detrimental to not be able to park outside or even near a home. I'm not opposed to bike lanes or even densification. I am pleading that these very serious concerns be taken into consideration in the best interest of our community and the neighborhoods that create the community. Please strongly consider these points of view as they address the greater good of our street safety and accessibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll invite the next person who wishes to come forward. We had a second chair available at one point for people to just sort of sit and wait, and maybe we can provide that chair over on that side so people can come and sit down as they wait. Kind of creates a little quasi line and comfort. Okay, no, it's okay. I will just invite you to speak. So up to 3 minutes. Push the button. Name and municipality of residence.
Yes. Council, my name is Jane Van Horn. I've lived at 2965 Oakdown since 1992, and I've been cycling and driving, mostly cycling in this community since then. This year marks 25 years that I've been lobbying for cycling infrastructure in Oak Bay. In those years, I attended transportation sessions, resulting in the active transportation strategy adopted by Council in 2011, community events promoting cycling infrastructure, and many council meetings. The result? 1 bike lane. In frustration at the glacial rate of progress, I've helped organize the Critical Mass Oak Bay Ride. Our first ride drew 144 riders, comprising of young adults, parents with cargo bikes carrying children, elderly people like myself, and people with mobility challenges. Let me advise that in the 17 years I spent volunteering as the secretary of the Rides Committee for the Cycling Coalition, using the stats I kept on ride participation for the dozen rides organized throughout the year, 50 to 60 riders was considered good participation. Best ridership was 101 for a Christmas lights ride held in Stanage. I will suggest that participation of 144 riders in a community of 18,000 residents is significant. A poll conducted of ride attendees showed the vast majority, about 90%, were residents. Contrary to rumors, no special interest groups were or are involved. Advertising for the ride is done through personal social media accounts and word of mouth. This grassroots movement are residents expressing concern about the lack of and need for safer cycling routes. This council has historically voted and supported residents who lobby for parking and argue against cycling infrastructure. Studies have shown that people who protest change are those least likely to benefit from the change. I am here as a resident to lobby for residents that are most likely to benefit and urge you to vote for those changes that will connect the busy, very busy Haultain crossing to our community, making it safer not only for cyclists, but also for pedestrians. There are a number of disconnections to our community from cycling infrastructure and neighboring municipalities. They all end at our Oak Bay border. So correct one of those disconnections with the Haultain upgrade. And I urge you to vote to connect South Oak Bay to North Oak Bay with the Henderson upgrade. There's no more reason for delays. There's been plenty of discussion and community involvement. Residents have been lobbying to council and waiting for decades in support of safer cycling routes. This community does not have another 25 years to wait. And as the 144 participants of the critical mass ride demonstrate, the need is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Horn. Next speaker, please. And the gentleman in the door, if you want to speak next, you can come in and just sit in the chair, and we'll kind of have a little rotating line going here. That'll just help clarify everybody. We will make
this
time
is
for everybody
on?
who wants to speak. It is. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Judith Slimman, and I live on Florence Street in Oak Bay. And I've lived on Florence Street for the past 10 years. About 5 years ago, a number of residents petitioned the Oak Bay Planning Department to take action to limit the number of cars using Florence Street, and Epworth for that matter, as a shortcut to access Fort Street, as it is almost impossible to turn left from Haultain onto Foul Bay Road. Our street is not a through street. It is like Epworth. There is parking on both sides of the street, and two cars can't pass one another, so one car has to pull over. But it is being used as a through street. In fact, we even have buses coming down Florence Street using it as a shortcut. So our street is already unsafe for children. It's already unsafe for foot traffic, not to mention noise. And at the time 5 years ago when we talked to Oak Bay Engineering, they did not pursue any changes to our street. We wanted calming in some fashion in like speed bumps, or limits to when cars could come through our streets, particularly in the morning or after work, that our street could not be used as a through street, but none of that came to fruition. Now here we are 5 years later with more traffic, more parking problems, tremendous congestion, and a proposed bike route going down our street. I must say, I don't feel strident about bike routes. I ride a bike. I ride a bike regularly. I would like to be safe on streets. But we also have cars that most of us drive, and they need to go somewhere. So as I looked at the plan, there are a couple of areas that I just would like to point out that are being proposed as possible bike routes, but they are already walking routes. And that is the part of this bike plan that goes from around Oak Bay High School, around the track, and around the Public Works and onto Elgin. That is a regular walking route for people that live in Oak Bay to get to Oak Bay Avenue. And, you know, it's just a path. Cars can't go on there. And if that part of, if that walking route, as it is now, bikes can go on there, if that turns into a designated bike route, I'm wondering, are pedestrians going to have the right of way, or are bikes going to have the right of way? And as I was thinking about this, or on these streets that are being proposed where there's cars, bikes, and pedestrians, if we use a sailing model, if you're out on the ocean and you're sailing, if you're a rowboat, you get right of way over a sailboat, and a sailboat gets right of way over a powerboat. So the one that has the least capacity to move the most quickly gets the right of way.
So I can probably get that question answered for you right away. My
Okay.
understanding is that all of the trail sections have a pedestrians yield to bikes signs on them, but Mr.
Okay.
Reddick, or
Pedestrians yield to bikes. You see, it should be the other way around.
sorry, other way around. Bikes yield to pedestrians. Yes, you're right.
It should
But
be.
Mr. Reddick, I'll get your clarification on that.
Through the mayor, typically the shared pathway etiquette is that pedestrians have the priority and that cyclists are to give way to pedestrians. To extend the boat analogy, there's also horses on the Galloping Goose. Everybody has to give way to the horses.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
There is signage in the plan to indicate that.
Okay, thank you for that. The other part of the bike route that is a concern to me is when you come off B Street, and the plan as it's proposed is to go down the long block, which is really 2 blocks of Florence Street. There is already less than a block adjacent on Foul Bay Road, there is already a bike lane all the way along there, designated on the road. So it strikes me that having this come down Florence Street is kind of bizarre because there's already a bike route less than a block away. So it seems to me that on this very narrow, congested street, it makes no sense whatever to me to have the bike lane go down that street.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments.
Yes.
And get to other people.
Yes. So I would just like to ask council and the planning department, who haven't done any studies of parking issues in the neighborhood, where are these 45 cars going to go as these parking places are taken away for a bike route? Where are they going to go? I don't know.
Thank you very much for your comments. If anybody else wishes to speak, you can come up and get in line as well. Go ahead.
All right, thanks for having me at the meeting today and allowing me to speak here. My name is Alex Kailis. I live in Oak Bay, just a couple blocks from here at Windsor and Monterey. When I heard this was on the agenda today at the meeting, I felt compelled to come here and just share my thoughts. I'm a cyclist and a resident of Oak Bay, so I thought that my thoughts could be valued here. Like so many of us, I learned to ride a bike when I was very little. As I grew up through elementary school and high school, my bike was my freedom, and it taught me a sense of independence. I could go places on my own, such as getting to and from school, soccer practice, swim lessons, or just hanging out with my friends. As I grew up, I've kept riding my bike, and that was my main form of personal transportation. Taking me to work, shuttling my friend or my kids around, going on activities, getting groceries, whatever I need to do. My wife and I last summer moved to Oak Bay with our 2 girls, now aged 4 and 1. On the first week that we were here, I found an activity at Henderson Rec Center that I wanted to take my daughter to. So I loaded up her on the bike, got her helmet on, which took a bit of time, got all set to go and headed out on the bike route. Shortly thereafter, not knowing the roads in the area very well, I ended up on Cadborough Bay Road. I was kind of shocked that the bike route that we have here was on such a busy road when I knew there were so many quiet side streets in the area. I felt very exposed traveling on this road with my daughter when there's so many cars passing us going 50 kilometers an hour. As a cyclist, you're definitely not going to come out ahead in any kind of collision with the vehicle. I applaud the efforts that have been done by Mr. Rennick and ISL and all the people involved in the consultations and the city and the departments that reviewed the report. I want to encourage the council to proceed with construction of the route following the completion of the IFC drawings. Oak Bay needs better cycling infrastructure to encourage more people to choose cycling over vehicle trips. I know some of the benefits of cycling have been highlighted, but for me the greatest benefit is just keeping our children safe on the roads. And having sat through some of the previous comments and discussion at the meeting today, I find a very interesting parallel between the discussion about kind of the old trees and how we value those mature trees, and as well having active transportation. Like if we as a community want to have active transportation, I think some of those comments would still apply, that there's some necessary pain that comes with it. There's some friction that comes with it, but if that's what we hold as a value, we need to proceed to make these decisions to implement bike routes such as these. Thank you.
Very much. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. My name is Susanna Matchlack. I am a resident of Oak Bay, and I am a cyclist. I use my bike and walking as my primary modes of transportation. I do this because it's fun. It's also inexpensive. I don't have a car because I live in Oak Bay.
I can't afford it. And also, I don't want to at the drive. They're loud. I think it's annoying to park when I get to a location. I was out for a ride the other day, and I realized that when I'm in Oak Bay, I'm pretty much holding my breath until I get to Victoria because I feel so unsafe when I'm biking around Oak Bay. But the infrastructure that has been developed in Victoria is just so much safer. I feel more relaxed. I am excited to cycle. I meet up with my friends and we go in areas that are safe. So I really just want to encourage the council to connect to the existing infrastructure out there so that we can have continuous routes through town. I do have one question. I know that parking is something that people are very concerned about, and as are taxes and the budget to pay for these types of changes to infrastructure. And I'm just wondering, has council considered paid parking on public space? Like, it is public space. These roads are public roads, and there's not a lot of other things that people are allowed to store for free other than their cars on public property. So I'm just wondering if paid parking on residential streets is something that council has considered to offset these types of infrastructure changes.
I guess the short answer is no. We've certainly had contemplation at various times in the villages, but not as a general across the community. But to my recollection, at least in my time on council, it's never been a topic of discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Same process, just name and municipality residents and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Burgess. This is a little ad hoc. I didn't prepare any questions per se, but I am a cyclist. I am a resident of Oak Bay, and I'm also a car owner. And while I understand that we are looking at improving transportation, make it safe for everyone, I do believe that cycling in itself is also, in a sense, a privilege for people that have the health and the ability to do that. And we have a lot of residents that cannot cycle. And again, I say that as a cyclist myself. I am surprised to hear that a lot of this planning goes ahead without proper studies, because the effect of parking spots will increase traffic. People are going to be circling around looking for traffic. That would be in conflict with cyclists on the road as well. And I believe there are plans for further development of increasing density in that specific neighborhood, which also will increase the demand for parking spots. Again, I realize that we need to look at safer cycling lanes. I'm not opposed to that, but I do believe we need to look at the impact as a whole and work with communities. And going back to the survey that was done, I do believe it is important to have some background to the numbers as to how many residents and who was actually answering, because I do think that would reflect much more accurately. So maybe it is time to maybe go back, get more information on the matter, and ensure that residents are involved, people that get directly affected by that. Again, cars will not disappear from one day to the other. As much as I encourage that as a green future, and a cyclist myself with children that want safe roads, we cannot make them go away overnight. And the fact that people are losing those parking spots impacts, again, unfairly. And there may be even people that don't have access to the technology to be part of those surveys, especially elderly people that, again, there's many people that cannot cycle. And as was mentioned, there's a cycling route on Foul Bay, maybe revisit to find an alternative and look at and consider the further development of additional parking needs that will be a reality, and how do we deal with that? Because, as I said, more cars on the road that get frustrated potentially impact the safety of cyclists. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please, and then next person can come forward. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Jean Newton. I'm an Oak Bay resident and also a member of Walk on Victoria's steering committee. This is a pedestrian advocacy group for the greater Victoria region. I came here tonight to say I do support both of these trails. Last fall, Walk on Victoria did a walk audit on the Henderson Trail. And we did this, and we did send feedback to engineering. We did this specifically because of concern about the very narrow shared parts of these trails. The one that runs off Elgin behind the Public Works yard. And then there's the one that runs between Wooten Crescent and Kings, and then another one between Kings and Newton. And they're all narrow. The one, they all have poor sight lines as they exist now. They're all widely used by pedestrians as they exist now as cut-throughs. And so my concern was that pedestrian safety, a pedestrian facing a cyclist on an e-bike who can potentially go up to 30 kilometers an hour could be very dangerous. So I sent all this feedback to engineering, and I'm really happy to see that most of my concerns about those narrow streets have been addressed, except tonight I heard that in some places the sidewalk or the pathway will be narrower than the 4.5 meters. And that makes me a little bit concerned. If we have the right sight lines, which is very important because you have to be able to see what's coming toward you and you have to be able to see where you're going. If we have very clear signage that says cyclists must yield to pedestrians, and if we have some public education, and I know that's a long process, that says there's people walking their dogs, there's people pushing baby carriages, there's people walking with walkers, and there are people with canes. And then there's the mobility scooters, which can both be a menace and a risk. I mean, depends, some of those people are pretty wild. But you know, if we can safeguard pedestrians on these shared paths, there's quite a bit of good features in this engineering that, like some of the crosswalks that have been added, and the speed bumps on the road and the reduction of speed to 30 kilometers an hour. These are all really good features for all road users. So I think they're very good. But I do want to be certain that pedestrians are safe on the shared paths. And that one around Elgin, you know, you don't see anyone. I walk there all the time, and people from Carlton House walk there. People from the Kiwanis housing walk there. They walk over to go to the rec center. They walk to go to Save on Foods and the liquor store and all the other places that people go over there. Tim Hortons now is a favorite. So we have to be certain that we have safety for pedestrians. And with that, I think they're great trails. I understand that people are used to parking and a lot of parking, but I don't think we can both transition to a less car-centric society and community and keep all of our cars the way they are. We transitioned, you know, I'll be fast, but, you know, when you buy a car, when you buy a house in Oak Bay, 50 years or 60 or 40 or 20, whatever, you know, you got a driveway, you got a garage, but you didn't get guaranteed access to parking on the street in front of your house. And, you know, people have 3 or 4 vehicles and they're parked all over. So we're going to have to transition in something, we can't have both. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Christy Kilpatrick. I'm resident of Epworth Street, and I'm speaking specifically about the sections between Cadbury Bay and Haultain and Easttown, that specific area. I'm dismayed to be back at council meeting at this mic 2 weeks after sharing with you the close calls I've experienced on Epworth Street, mostly between high school student cyclists and vehicles, and the danger we experience almost every day, every school day when crossing Easttown with our grandson to get to Willows School. For several months, I and my neighbors have been told by all of you over and over how important it is for us to engage, to reach out to you, to write to you, to come and speak for 3 minutes, to give you feedback. Every one of you have walked through our neighborhood and heard our concerns and possible solutions to them. We've done what was asked of us, but our safety concerns are not reflected in the proposal in front of you. Letters written to yourselves and staff over the past few months have often not been responded to or acknowledged and are not included in the agenda. It feels as though our concerns as residents of these streets have fallen on deaf ears. To the cyclists here tonight supporting this bikeway, I would like you to know that I and my neighbours are not against a cycling route. We have many serious cyclists on our street and in our neighbourhood. Although, since a bike lane already does exist on Foul Bay and Henderson, it does seem to beg the question, why is this 1.8 million proposal necessary? Be that as it may, we are asking you, Council, to pause the proposal so that residents of this neighbourhood can meet and work with staff to make the route safer, particularly for the many children that will be impacted. What do I and the people that live on these streets know? We know that since the bike lane on Cabra Bay Road was established, cut-through traffic has increased dramatically on Epworth and Florence. Cars cutting through go fast. We know that high school students will continue to use Epworth as a bike route instead of Florence because the high school is right at the bottom of our street with a controlled crosswalk. They don't need to wait for a light at Florence and Cabra Bay and then wind their way over. We know that high school students travel fast on their bikes and will continue to have close calls with vehicles due to the narrowness of our street when plugged with parked cars at key times. We know that when walking the narrow lanes between Haultain and Newton, fast-traveling bikes, including silent e-bikes, are already intimidating to pedestrians. We know that with the removal of a minimum of 19 parking spots on Haultain and Eastdown, those cars will need to find other places to park. And we know from the work currently being done on Florence, with 12 parking spots gone on Haultain due to a staging area, that they end up on Epworth, making an already congested street that much more overloaded. We need at least 2 speed bumps or humps to be put in place on Epworth and 2 on Florence to slow down the high-speed cut-through traffic that we already experience and know will get worse. The Eastdown Haultain intersection to be reevaluated for a traffic circle to slow down and direct traffic along with better placed crosswalks. We know how to do this. A 3-way stop at the north end of Haultain and Epworth, and a crosswalk to be put in place on Eastdown crossing over to Dalhousie, a route also frequently taken by elementary school students. We are not by any stretch anti-cycling, but safety has to come first, and I've heard a lot about safety, but not specific to the needs of these streets. Safety has to come first, and this proposal in its current form makes our neighborhood less safe. Please take the time to do this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kilpatrick. Welcome. Same process, name, municipality.
Hello. My name is Janan Dibb, if you need the full name, and I live in Victoria. I live about 4 on a street that's about, and our house is about 4 houses from Haultain Ave. So before I say what I plan to say, I will say that being on right by Haultain Ave and in Fernwood, or I guess Fernwood Oakland's borderline, depending on who you talk to, there is no parking issues. And Haultain Ave, as we moved here about 1.5 years ago, has been told to me is actually Haultain Highway. There are no parking issues. Okay, I'll go back to what I had planned to say. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to start by saying I can imagine that if I were to ask those attending this meeting today to raise a hand if they own a bike, most hands would be raised. And I can imagine if I asked again that if those whose hands weren't up, if they had a friend or family member that owned a bike, everyone's hand would be up. Now I can imagine if I asked a question to those in the room if they own a car or have ever ridden in a vehicle, 99 to 100% of those hands, of the hands of those in the room would be raised. And if I asked again if all those people to keep their hands up, if when they were in a car and took a trip, that they wanted to feel that they would safely arrive at their destination, I imagine those hands would still be up. Well, all of the cyclists here today are asking for the same thing. We want to feel safe when we get on our bikes. As a cyclist and a driver, I own both a bike and a car. But when I am cycling, I want to feel safe when I take my 1-year-old twins to swimming lessons at Oak Bay Rec. along Haultain Ave. I want to feel safe when I cross Foul Bay Road with my 4-year-old to go to Willows Beach. And currently, I do not on most of that route. As a driver, when I'm in my car, having dedicated bike lanes also makes me feel safer when I'm driving, for me and my vehicle, with my 3 children, and for all the cyclists around me. I know where to expect more cyclists. I see the bike lanes, and I notice on any roads with speed bumps or humps that they are there. For example, on Haultain Ave in the city of Victoria. Yes, this means that when we are driving our cars or biking on our bikes, we may have to go slower. And by this means, I mean the implementation of this type of plan. Or we may have to walk a few extra steps when walking on some of these streets after we park our car, maybe 10 steps further away than usual. But if it means we will all be safer, and by safer, I mean less accidents, how we get there, I think we can agree safety comes first. I think we can agree it has taken too long to prioritize safety. It is time the safety of the people in our community as they go about their routines every day, whether biking to work, biking or walking their children to school, biking or walking or driving to shop at local businesses, takes a priority over where we park our cars. I'm a mom of these children who will be impacted. These children will be impacted if we don't go forward with these bike lanes, and unfortunately something bad happens because we didn't implement a safer route. I'm also a mom of these children who, as they get older, will feel safer biking along these routes, and I will feel safer having them utilize them. So thank you.
Much for your time. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Prince. Nice to see you all. I'm a resident of Oak Bay. I live about 4 blocks from here. I'm really excited about the proposal that's in front of council this evening. I think there's really great progress on this, and I would just urge council to support this work. I want to address an implication that I heard in some of the remarks of some of the councillors tonight, that perhaps cyclists are less likely to be or are not residents, or folks who support this work may not be residents or frequenters of business in Oak Bay. I live here, much like the speaker before me. I've got 2 little kids, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I commute exclusively on an e-cargo bike in and out of this municipality every single day. And so I just want to tell you a little bit about our status quo, because a previous speaker asked, why is this necessary? It's necessary because it's not safe right now. You've heard some previous speakers talk about how she holds her breath when she bikes in Oak Bay, and I have the same experience. I feel safest when I'm biking in the city of Victoria or in Saanich, and I feel the least safe in my own home municipality. I commute every single day along Haultain. I cross Foul Bay into the city of Victoria. I have a really heavy e-cargo bike with a 3-year-old on the back, and in order to safely cross, I need to actually physically walk my bike over to a pedestrian crossway, hit the pedestrian crosswalk, and then walk across, which is really hard if you've ever tried to do that with a cargo bike with a toddler on the back. I do that because it's not safe for me to wait for all the busy traffic on Foul Bay to stop and try to actually shoot across on my bike with a kid on the back. I do that twice a day. My 5-year-old gets to school also on the back of a cargo bike, driven by someone who helps us with our kids. And she also bikes a very short distance, but again, like with very little safe infrastructure in Oak Bay, I hold my breath until I find out that he's safely made it to Willows Elementary. My 5-year-old can ride his own bike. He'd love to be able to ride his bike to school one day. Right now, I don't feel like that's safe, but when he's 8 or 9, it's going to be a lot harder for me to explain to him why he can't bike to the school that's 3 blocks from our house. There's some really exciting initiatives that are on the table tonight that would make it safer for a whole bunch of kids that go to Willows Elementary to safely bike to school together in groups or with parents. And I'd really urge you to think about the safety of those children as you think about this issue tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Prince. Please come forward. Thank you. This lineup is very efficient. I appreciate it. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Julian West. I am not a resident of Oak Bay, but I spend a lot of time in Oak Bay. I use your recreation facilities. I shop in Oak Bay a lot. I have friends and family in Oak Bay that I visit frequently. And I'm also one of these families that has 3 kids that I put on a cargo bike and go about my life through cycling most of the time. And the cycling improvements that have been done by the City of Victoria have been transformational for us. They've really changed our lives. And currently Victoria is finalizing over the next few weeks the last steps for their Gorge Road AAA cycling infrastructure. And when that's done, with these improvements being discussed tonight, that'll create a safe cycling route all the way from Admiral's Road down to Willows Beach. And that'll go from Saanich to Esquimalt to the City of Victoria, back to Saanich, and then to Oak Bay. And the missing piece of that puzzle is the decision in front of you tonight. And it's a really important piece of that puzzle. My wife and I really enjoy coming to Oak Bay. Ruth and Dean's our favorite cafe. We shop in the village all the time. We're at Willows Beach all through the summer. However, my wife won't come to Oak Bay without me. She's a cautious rider, and most riders are actually cautious riders. They will only make the trip if they feel safe. And while Oak Bay isn't growing very fast, the region is. And more people are going to come and visit Oak Bay to shop, to go to Willows, to use the recreation center. And if everyone drives to go to those destinations, it's going to be a nightmare for Oak Bay. And one point I have to pause and sort of make here from what I've heard both from council and some of the comments tonight, the concerns I've heard, they all relate to car problems. That it's traffic, it's congestion, it's where to park your car. These are all car problems. And the only way to solve car problems is to provide alternatives to driving. And what we're talking about here today is to provide an alternative to driving, to provide safe cycling routes so people can choose to cycle safely instead of driving. And if you provide that infrastructure, as we've seen in the City of Victoria and Saanich and Esquimalt, if you provide it, people will use it. I'm an example. You've heard a few voices here tonight. It's very consistent. If you provide the infrastructure, people will use it and choose to not drive and take their bike instead. And that's good for businesses. That's good for lowering your congestion. That's good for making Oak Bay a vibrant community. So I urge you to support the proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I live on Epworth Street. My name is David Mackenzie Kong. I'm an avid cyclist. I cycle 95% of the time. I use my sneakers to get everywhere else all the time too. So on a bowl of oatmeal. But the thing is, living on that street, we live in a very congested area where we have hospitals, we have emergency vehicles, we have delivery trucks, and I've had friends who have been cyclists been very hurt in situations, even in AAA cycling paths. This is a situation that we have. The thing is that we have to take this and consider all the data, and I don't believe that there's enough data in that area. I've seen kids going to high school, have to get off their bike, and hop around from vehicles, garbage trucks, to buses, to vehicles in emergency situations, having to deke down Epworth Street. So there is a definite concern when it comes to, as a cyclist, as a runner, as somebody who uses his own 2 feet, and I'm lucky to have my own 2 feet. And I can't say enough to the people that aren't as lucky, that have the accessibility of being in a wheelchair, an older person needing to be picked up by a handy dart. I've seen handy darts stop in the middle of our street and not be able to get through. I've seen them because it's so tight. So that's a real issue. It's a very serious thing to think about. But I do believe, I'm not against cycling routes. I really want us to do it in the right way. I would love to see it maybe take more data points to see what's the best way to go about this. But living in that area, I definitely see in my own 2 eyes, I've seen scenarios where it's been very close and very dangerous. I've had trucks almost hit pregnant women, like giving them the bird. It's not the nicest thing because it's a thoroughfare. People are anxious to get to different places. It's a psychological trap in that area. And so we have to take that into consideration when we're trying to do this. It's not that I'm against it. I think we should, but I think there's a lot of valuable different routes that we could possibly look at and take into consideration. I don't want little kids on a bike or parents on a cargo bike to be have issues, maybe safety issues. I want it to be well done. I want them to have a safe place to go on their bike. But I don't feel riding in and out in my area that there's, even if Florence was a thoroughfare for a bike, I still feel that they could be faced with emergency issues, issues that are not in their control, where cars are ripping down there from a Tim Hortons coffee to get back to work. There's a thing there, right? Parents, I've seen minivans just go flying. Those little humps, well, I'm done, are important. But I really think if we need to do this properly and do it well. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Diane Cunningham. I'm a resident of Florence Street, and I'd like to say that I am a cyclist. My husband and I moved to Oak Bay because of the walking and cycling that we get to most places now, walking and cycling. We went almost within a year. We went down from 2 cars to 1, and our 1 car does sit. But then we have doctor's appointments, other things. And I just want to point out that I think we're part of the biggest demographic. So might be a time when we cannot cycle or walk. I'm having surgery next week. There's different things like that. So I just wanted to point out the demographic is not all people who can give up their cars, as much as we might want to if we were 35, but I'm not 35. I guess my biggest concern and what I'll speak to is the community engagement part of this process. I really feel it was lacking with the community that lives on the routes. I think the community engagement was, to be candid, it was skewed to cyclists because it is a cycling route, but it missed the rest of the community. So in this case, the neighborhoods, and our neighborhood in particular, and it's been mentioned many times, the parking issues. There has been no study, it was volunteered, there's been no study of parking, no way to address this. We have to have 1 car, given our ages, and a lot of our neighbors are in the same situation. So there has to be availability of parking, and not 4 blocks away. We need to have something close by. So I think the loss of spaces on top of the inadequate space already due to the apartment buildings is a major concern for people of my age and my neighbors. I would like to feel that we can be engaged. I think that is what's been missing so far. We've asked for meetings. They've in some cases been scheduled and then canceled. So we do not feel we've been given an opportunity to participate in this process. So I'll leave it at that. I certainly am concerned about the safety of cyclists and families and children. And I would know that will be addressed. But I think we need to look at the entire community, not just those that are able to cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Welcome.
Maggie Knight, Oak Bay. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I have written in your correspondence package with school travel plan data and ICBC cyclist crash data for Foul Bay, and a desire for effectively using taxpayer funds to not just repeatedly plan for active transportation, but to actually build better infrastructure. But last week was International Women's Day, so tonight I'm going to tell you about my hopes for my 2 daughters. Pippa is nearly 5. She loves baking, math, and unicorns. Dara is 1.5. She loves eating bananas and waving hello to dogs. We bike across Oak Bay and along Haultain every weekday. To raise daughters in this decade is to grapple with how to build resilience in the face of a youth mental health crisis, eating disorders, smartphone addiction, and cyberbullying. It is to know that they will experience wildfire smoke, heat domes, and increasingly severe winter storms, and that they will ask their parents, grandparents, and politicians what we all did about climate change before they could vote. One thing I will say is that we raised them to bike. I want my daughters to be confident in the power and utility of their bodies. I want them to get daily exercise and fresh air. I want them to greet their neighbors on the street and run into friends on their way to the library. All of this is supported by raising them to bike. I want my daughters to build healthy independence. The earliest they could be licensed to drive independently would be age 17, nearly adults. From our home by Lafayette Park, it's much faster and more reliable to get to Oak Bay Rec, Estevan Village, and Willows Beach by bike than by bus or on foot. We want them to enjoy all Oak Bay has to offer, and we don't want to have to buy a car to chauffeur them everywhere until they turn 17. So we are raising them to bike. My nearly 5-year-old can independently cycle alongside me the 8 kilometers from our house to Clover Point and back using Victoria's bike infrastructure. But I have yet to let her do the same distance to her sister's daycare near Lansdowne Middle School because there is no safe route and there are too many challenging intersections. A cyclist push-button light at the Haultain and Foul Bay intersection in particular would be a huge step in the right direction. I can raise my daughters to pedal straight, wear bright colors, and know the rules of the road. But I cannot fix intersections or design streets so that cars slow down. That is the district's job, and that is your job as council to approve tonight. Please make these quick win routes a reality. Help me raise my daughters to be active, healthy, and independent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Paul Rasmussen. I'm a resident of Oak Bay. I've lived here about 15 years. I'm 70 years old, and I can say in the 15 years I've lived in Oak Bay, I've never once parked a car in Oak Bay Village because I ride my bike there every single time I go, and I often go to Oak Bay Village to shop. Anyway, and also I want to just mention I'm a member of the Oak Bay Climate Force, and Maggie just mentioned it, but as she said, encouraging people to bike is one of the best ways to do something about the climate crisis. And anyway, the other thing I'd just like to say is that I own a car also, but I park it in my garage, and I kind of question a little bit, like why all these people who are parking their cars on the street can't park their car in a driveway or a garage. Why do they have to have a parking space on the street? It seems unfair to people who don't use the parking spaces for cars, and to try to deny people a safe bike route so that people can park their cars on the street seems unfair to me. Anyway, I'd just like to encourage you to pass this bike route. A lot of us have been waiting for years and years and years for safe bike routes in Oak Bay, and I think it's important to finally make some progress on it. Thank you.
Mr. Rasmussen, next speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Anne, and I'm a resident of Oak Bay. Here tonight as a neighbor of the
Can you just say your
proposed
first and
Henderson.
last name, just so we have it on the record?
Oh, sorry, Ann Mathers.
Thanks.
Yeah. As a neighbor of the proposed bikeway, to raise several issues. First, though, I just wanted to say a bit about me. I've lived in Oak Bay for 37 years. I'm 2 houses over from the Henderson Road Lane, or as we call it, the alley, for those of us who live there. My husband and I identify first as cyclists, second as drivers. We own 9 bikes together. We each travel about 5,000 kilometers per year by bike, and we've done so for about 3 decades. So we also own a car, and we drive approximately 5,000 kilometers a year. I only say that to convey that I'm an experienced cyclist and I drive a car. I've been waiting patiently to see the details of this proposed bikeway ever since the online survey closed last fall. The findings were promised in December. That didn't materialize. We were given assurances by council members that we would have time to go over the details when they were made available. So you can appreciate how alarming it's been for those of us who've been in this process to have the plans posted on Friday, just 3 days before this meeting. And then this evening to find out that the details of the parking were posted at 6 o'clock this evening. That seems very odd because they're very well developed. They're just as technical as the other parts of the report that are there. I don't know why the last minute answer to that question. That's something we've been asking for months. The problem, let me say here, first of all, I'm pleased that this bikeway is not AAA and doesn't include curbs and bollards to separate cars from cyclists. I'll say that. Although we also have a cycle network that connects Oak Bay to UVic, and cyclists already ride this route on a daily basis. I support this new bikeway in general. The problem I see relates to the need to remove this parking on Eastdown and Haultain, 19 of them. Since these details have been hidden from us and all requests to discover them have been quashed, I'm left wondering, why are we removing these parking spaces? And it just doesn't make any sense to me to find out so late in the process as to where they're actually going to be taken out. And by the way, as I was making my way here, all of those parking spaces were occupied tonight. It's full, and that's how it is every night there. So I want to know if, and I guess we've heard that the reason that we're going to do that is to clear the sight lines. Well, I really hesitate for people who are saying that this is going to make cycling safer. I really question that because they're going to have, yes, there are aspects of this that will make it safer because we're going to actually be putting stopping signs and bollards and speed humps and things like that. That's great. But to have a decal on the road that says bicycle does not make it any safer. In fact, I've experienced 3 times as many incidents with other cyclists coming at me and being unaware and having poor skills, having lack of experience in cycling that have endangered me on bikeways than on roads. I'm far safer to be around cars. And I know that's an exception that you're not going to hear from any people here this evening. What I'm actually hearing is that people need education. All people need education on how to incorporate active transportation in the community. Seriously, we need cycling courses for people. We need drivers to understand how to drive around cyclists and people how to navigate. This is a component that's completely been left out and I think is really, really in demand here. So all in all, I've ridden these streets for 4 decades and never once have I wished that the cars were not parked on Eastdown. The other point I just want to raise quickly is the inadequate and ineffective communication undertaken by the staff for this bikeway. I noted the paragraphs in the report describing how the community was engaged in this proposal. I do really question this. I can tell you that if it weren't for myself and my neighbors, my fellow residents would not, and many still do not, know about this proposal. I certainly wasn't involved in the ride-through last fall, nor did I know that it was happening. And let's give you one example of a neighbor. I spoke to the neighbor who's...
I'm just asking you to wrap it up.
Okay.
You're welcome to come back again.
Okay, the neighbor who is going to have half of their yard, the easement is going to disappear on them. She doesn't know that it's coming. She doesn't even know that it's there. This is the tiny little pathway that we're talking about that's going to go up to Carnarvon Park from Wooten Crescent. Not aware of it at all. That's not very effective. So I'll just say that communication is two-way, and we have a responsibility to communicate to and back. And this has all been a one-way communication. There's been nothing back to make that feel like it's meaningful to anybody, so we actually have input. I'd really like to see that we can actually work together to make this all work. It just requires a lot more input from the people who are going to be affected. And like I say, I'm a cyclist. I like cycling. It's great that people are going to be encouraged to bike. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Victoria Hall. I live on the corner of East Down and Haultain. I have a picture window the size of my living room, which is my TV screen for the chaos that is constant on that corner. When I was leaving for this meeting today, before I came here, I walked my dog. 4 vehicles ran the stop sign. 2 cyclists ran the stop sign. An electric scooter ran the stop sign. There is a problem. Safety is the problem. Number 1. Number 2, when we got the information about the proposed route coming, I got to page 2, the first paragraph. I had to stop. What concerned me, much like Anne said, was the outreach in the community. The outreach was advertised on Oak Bay social media. Now, I just want you to know there's many of us that do not follow Oak Bay social media, number 1. Number 2, with project signs installed on key locations throughout the community. There were no signs on my intersection. That's a key location as far as I'm concerned. There are no signs in Estevan Village. That's a key location as far as I'm concerned. There are a large number of neighbors in our community, in our area, in a 2-3 block radius that do not know about these bike lanes. That's a problem. In addition to the survey, there was also a Meet the Design team event primarily targeting cyclists. I ask that we have the same courtesy as the cyclist community, that our neighborhood has the same communication. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi.
That's a fair point. I just, maybe staff can confirm, I think there was a sign at Estevan Village. Is that correct, Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, I was just trying to confirm the location. I believe there was one in Estevan Village, but I can't confirm that. I was just trying to find the locations in my email.
Minor point, but I believe that's my experience as well. Mr. Rennick, welcome.
Bob Wallace, Oak Bay. I've done 16 triathlons, so I'm used to riding a bike. The thing is that one thing that happened, one suggestion, I don't have a story to tell. The only thing that I have to say is the suggestions. The suggestion is, 1, get bicycle license plates or something, or some medication where there's some income coming from this thing. I have a bike and I have a car. Which one do I pay the insurance on? The other thing is the educational, back to the lady that said before, we're taught how to ride a car or drive a car. We're taught this, we're taught that. People have always been afraid of something new, but the educational purpose of this thing is something that really needs to be done generally. And when people my age get a bike, who haven't ridden a bike for 30 years, all of a sudden they're out there pedaling their backside somewhere at a hell of a speed and don't understand. They're not, and I think that's a real important part of this whole situation. I am a biker, and I have been a biker, so that's not the point. The other thing, I wondered what the number of accidents that happen with bicycles in Oak Bay, and possibly in a general area. I think it would be a good idea for everybody in this community to get numbers, because we are numbers peoples. The last thing that I've got to say, I forgot. So, goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Getting later in the evening here, I'm asking to just ask gently for people to keep their comments. We have, a very detailed report here. The more tangible, concise, and to the contents of this, the better we are. So,
Okay.
But you're welcome to speak to any point of this. It helps us move along. Go ahead. Welcome. So didn't mean that directed at you.
No,
just
that's
in
all
general
right.
for others.
I'm Daniela Fisher, and I live in Oak Bay. I am at the very stretch of Oak Bay, just adjacent to Haultain. And I think what I'd like to do is shed a little bit of light into our reality. So we live in a stretch of Oak Bay that is filled with historical homes. So the reason why we don't park our cars in our garage is because we don't have them. In fact, my house was built in 1912 and doesn't even have a driveway. Now, I'm also one of the only houses in the neighborhood that has stepped into the infill side of development, and I have a legal carriage house at my house. I can tell you that I've posted many times, and I cannot rent that carriage house if I don't offer a parking spot. So my only option is to offer a parking spot in the street. Now, if those parking spots are gone, infill is simply not possible because we are not at a position yet that people are just simply not going to have cars. So I just would like council to take a little bit of consideration, because when you're taking parking spots out of Haultain, you know, the residents of Haultain, we have issues with the residents of Haultain all the time from the apartment blocks that come and park on our street. There's no way for no place for us to go from East Town. Like, there's just there's no parking spots left in our neighborhood to go to. So when those parking spots are removed, what we are doing is preventing ourselves from really moving into the infill policy and developing appropriately in our neighborhoods, because we just simply can't accommodate the tenants that will come. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Mel Zimmerman. I live on Florence Street in Oak Bay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I would begin by asking you to look at the big picture. And as you will probably remember, all of the Oak Bay councillors and mayor were given a detailed tour in November and December of last year through the streets of Epworth, Fair, East Down, Florence, Carrick, and Haultain. At that time, we pointed out in great detail the severe parking shortages that many of us are dealing with on a daily basis. We pointed out demonstrably clear safety concerns. We cited very clear near misses due to congestion, poor signage, and streets that have become cut-throughs and shortcuts for rush hour drivers early and late in the day, every working day. And when you factor in Oak Bay high school students, typically with faces in cell phones, we have the makings of very severe potential safety issues. Admittedly, one of the contexts of our concerns is a proposed 18-unit multifamily project on East Down, which will further and significantly impact the density, parking, and the overall livability of our already saturated streets. It's impactful, and it connects directly to the topic of bike lanes, and for you to, in my opinion, shoehorn in bike lanes as proposed further reduces residential parking, which will create an absolutely untenable situation for residents on all of these streets. As it is now, residents coming home from work at the end of their workday typically are having to walk a half a block, upwards of a block from where they live to be able to find a parking place to simply end their day. Specifically, one aspect of the Bikeways plan and a part of the proposal on Florence Street is to put a bike lane there directly parallel to Foul Bay Road, 1 block apart. There just isn't a need for that. It is absolutely, completely unnecessary. In conclusion, to a person among all of us tonight on Epworth, Fair, East Down, Carrick, Florence, and Haultain, we are not opposed to gentle densification. We are not opposed to bikeways. Many of us are cyclists. I am an active cyclist. We support a safe, integrated bikeways network. I think if there's a pattern to all of the comments and proposals and comments tonight, everyone is supportive of bike paths and bikeways. We simply ask that you connect the dots, look at the broader implications of your decisions, and consider safety, livability, and your future decisions impacting us accordingly. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Welcome.
Good evening. Mayor Murdoch, you'll be happy to know I'm timed to almost precisely 3 minutes. So I will.
Make sure you get your name and municipality in there
Yes,
as well.
I will now do that when the clock starts. My name is Bruce Kilpatrick. I'm an Oak Bay resident, but more importantly for tonight, I'm a resident of Epworth Street and the neighborhood that stands to be greatly affected by this proposal. 33 residents wrote last week to ask for this proposal to be removed from the agenda to allow for the conversation with us that we've been hoping to have for the past year and a half about the impact on our neighborhood and how to address the parking, traffic, and safety-related issues that will be exacerbated by this proposal. Our neighborhood isn't opposed to hosting cycling routes, just the opposite. In fact, as you've heard, we have many avid cyclists among our residents. We just want our streets to be safe for everyone. The people who live on them every day, pedestrians of all ages, the high school and elementary school students who use our streets as access routes, the parents who do drop-off and pick-up, pets, vehicles, and cyclists. We need staff to sit down with us, not as a box-ticking exercise, but in good faith to look at how to address our concerns. If you Google community engagement in civil engineering projects, you'll see how critically important it is considered to be, and how it leads to better, more sustainable solutions. You'll definitely want to invite leaders from St. Patrick's Church into the conversation. When we told them about the bikeway proposal last weekend, they'd never heard of it. And they're already wrestling with trying to meet the parking needs of their parishioners. There's no doubt the staff have done a great job of engaging the cycling community. They conducted a survey that got at the needs and wants of cyclists. They took a route ride with cyclists. But those are the people who pass through our neighborhood, not the people who live on our streets day to day and understand what goes on. We're the ones who know that anything you do on Florence Street will affect Epworth. They're twinned, and traffic will simply shift to the more convenient of the two. Our neighborhood is already under severe parking pressure from 7 underserved apartment buildings, a large church, hospital employees, and others. If you take away 19 parking spots on Haultain and Eastdown, the vehicles that use them won't magically disappear. They'll just migrate elsewhere in the neighborhood. More traffic is more traffic, whether it's bicycles or cars and trucks or motorcycles and fast-moving e-bikes. The intersection of Haultain and Epworth is already dicey and needs to be addressed before you invite more users into our neighborhood. You also need to do something about the speeding and cut-throughs that threaten everyone. They've gotten worse since the installation of the bike lane on Capra Bay Road. For 26 years, I rode my bicycle or walked to my place of employment at UVic nearly every day, sometimes up Henderson, at other times up Eastdown. I never felt unsafe anywhere except at the Haultain and Eastdown intersection. I'm not convinced this proposal is going to address that effectively, but the residents who live either side of Haultain, who have been watching the circus at that intersection for more than 30 years, will be able to tell you. There's a list of important items that this proposal doesn't address, but we need to find a way to work through this together and not at the expense of residents. $1.8 million in taxpayer funds, whatever account it's drawn from, shouldn't make life in our neighborhood worse. I have to say, unfortunately, as we feared, I think the process that you've chosen illustrates tonight that it's creating conflict. It's not creating solutions. Let's fix that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm probably just going to make a quick comment on the, I think on the process of, I think highlighted just how difficult it is sometimes to reach everybody, and so I appreciate the comments that were made. The intention of doing the surveys and so forth is to make it as broad as possible. I appreciate the comments about the local knowledge. Please continue.
Hi.
I'll be super quick. My name's Carrie Lynn Murphy. I am an Oak Bay resident. I'm fourth generation Oak Bay. My grandfather was the MLA for Oak Bay for 8 years, so the community is very important to me. Most of my neighbors have said what is important here, so I won't reiterate that. I will say the community engagement has been lacking. I live on Carrick Street on the corridor between Newton and Haultain. And that is the primary focus of my comments. I think the St. Patrick's Church, as was said, was unaware of the proposal. I believe 3 to 4 of the houses that are looking to see their driveways removed and replaced are unaware of the proposal. But other than that, I do have one question for Mr. Rennick.
Address your question through me and I'll
Through
direct
you,
it.
there are 2 large, healthy, and impeding oak trees, I would say, on the corner of King's heading down towards Newton Street. I believe they would be in the pathway and needing to be addressed to reach the 4.5 meters that you're trying to attain in the width. What would be the proposal for these seemingly healthy trees?
Thank you for the question. I think probably staff can answer that one quite easily. Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, north of Kings Road is one of the locations where the 4.5 meter width cannot be met in order to preserve those 2 large trees.
So the path would go around the trees? I believe it's private property directly on one side.
Sure,
and
we'll
then
discuss the
does.
question. I think the design is there, Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, yes, we actually have more land there than it might seem. There is enough room to dodge those trees without needing to go onto private property.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it.
Anything else?
It was easy.
Thank you very much.
I think I'm the last.
Not quite. Almost.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Prince, and I live in Oak Bay. I'm also a political scientist, and I like to think I can read a room or read the way the wind's blowing. And you've heard tonight about a cry for more community engagement. I heard a very effective, I want to tip my hat to the staff. I think they've given a very professional presentation in response to a lot of wide-ranging questions from councillors. If this doesn't pass tonight, and that's kind of what I'm sensing, is that there would be an opportunity for more engagement, opportunity for engineering to perhaps do additional traffic counts. I would urge in the delay of implementing this, that the district work very closely with the school board in terms of public education. We've heard a lot of anecdotes and stories tonight about both Willows and Oak Bay High School and Monterey. Sounds like there's some real pressing, serious concerns by parents and other guardians around the safety of their children. I'm not sure what the district's done in reaching out to the school board, but I think if this is not implemented tonight, I think that's something that I would suggest respectfully that the district staff and CAO and mayor look into, reach out. A conversation through the police board for additional enforcement. If people are routinely being observed going through stop signs, whether that's a car, a scooter, or an e-bike, and that's going on repeatedly, I think that's a conversation to be had. Again, if you're not going to take action tonight, I respectfully suggest there's some interim steps that should be taken in terms of education and enforcement and engineering on additional traffic counts. There's a cry for more evidence. We heard a lot of data tonight, a lot of anecdotes, a lot of stories. That's the stuff of local politics. That will always be there. I'm not sure how doing more surveys will answer. This will be conflictual all the way through. No doubt about it. but I'm struck by it seems like how bike lanes have become the straw that seems to break the community's back. A lot's being put on the bike lanes for a lot of ills in our society and our communities. A lot of fear I'm hearing tonight. So I wish you all the best in your decision tonight, whatever it may be. But I think there's also some other additional steps that need to be considered to respond to concerns you've heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Do I see another speaker wishing to come forward? Please do so. And anybody else in the other room? If anybody wishes to come, please come in now. I think we're getting close to the end of the public speaking. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carl Coriel Martin. I'm a resident of South Oak Bay. And I just want to say that the late, great Martin Luther King said, a dream deferred is a dream denied. We've had climate issues and safe infrastructure. It's something discussed for many years. I see plans going back decades. I've lived here now for 4 years. And my daughter's now 10. My neighbor across the street was hit by a car crossing at Elgin and trying to get to the high school. I'd like my daughter to attend the high school, and I'd like her to survive that experience. And I really think we have an opportunity to make progress, make infrastructure safer, and actually pour some concrete, put some paint on the ground, and make some changes to make things safer in Oak Bay. And so I just ask to see a little bit of movement and a little bit of progress that I can actually feel on the streets to make the infrastructure here safer for the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please come forward. Yes, push the button and just name and municipality.
Hi, my name is Christina Roberts-Smith. I live in the affected neighborhood in Oak Bay, or the involved neighborhood. First of all, I just want to speak. We've heard a lot about climate tonight. I feel like I'm having flashbacks because I was here 10 years ago when we were discussing this on Cadbro Bay. At the time, I said, why don't we consider Haultain? And everybody said, you're ridiculous. We're not doing Haultain. We're doing Caddy Bay. It's going to go all the way to Willows, and it's going to be perfect. Well, it went to Epworth, and it stopped. Now, if anybody thinks that that improved the climate, I challenge you to take a look at the 3-4 blocks of backed up cars for hours every single day there, because it is down to one lane, and nobody is going anywhere except cutting through Epworth and cutting through Florence. Do you know who's breathing all that exhaust? This kid and her kids. I have daughters too, and they deserve a little better. I bicycled those kids to Willows, I biked them to Lansdowne, and now they're at Oak Bay. I don't necessarily feel that they've been given a safe bike ride, but the schools have done safe bike ride surveys every year, and honestly, nothing really has come of it. It would have been nice to see a consideration for Cadbro Bay to continue to Willows and join the two schools. The community engagement part has been difficult. I did have a meeting arranged with Steve Rennick. It was canceled the morning of the meeting. I do have it here, and I was advised that community engagement would be biasing the council. I'm confused and that this was a council decision. I'm confused as to why engaging the cycling community would be considered okay, but engaging the residential community would be considered biasing the results. In any case, I feel like I'm reliving this again, and nothing has changed to mitigate what's happened to our neighborhood from the initial backup of traffic, the initial increase in cut-throughs. We're still always going to be used as a commuting route for the kids, as somebody pointed out, because it's just the natural flow of bike and foot traffic. So I'm hoping that we get a little more time to talk about this with the community who does see this every day, and that we're not going to be revisiting it with a third route in 5 or 10 years. Because to have our street bookended by 2 bike lanes, it's, you know, something went wrong somewhere. So it would be nice to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Push the button again?
Sure, please. I don't think anybody else is in the piece. Anybody else? I'm going to make a final call here for anybody who wishes to address council. I don't see any hands popping up. Oh, sorry, someone online here. Go ahead. We have Mr. Wall online, Brian Wall.
Hi.
My name's Brian Wall. I'm an emergency physician, practicing for over 10 years now, in multiple cities in Toronto, Ottawa, and now Victoria. I'm also a dad of 2 small kids. My partner has already spoken tonight, Jessica Prince, and my future father-in-law at some point, Dr. Prince, has also spoken. I'd like to advocate on behalf of our most vulnerable population in Oak Bay for the kids. I think that we need to prioritize their safety a lot more in our municipality, and I do not think that we are doing that. I do wish, I don't wish on anybody to see what I have seen as a result of bicycle trauma, the broken bodies, both adults and kids. I think that the vast majority of opinions heard tonight would be vastly different if they have seen what I have seen. I have written about this, I think now a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago. I'm going to continue to try to write about this to make sure that whatever decisions you guys make in terms of your priorities or the lack of priority for our young kids' safety is heard as widely as possible. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Back to this table. Any other hands online or in person? All right. I think we can conclude the public input portion of the meeting. And with that back here, there's a couple of comments saying that they thought they knew where this was going. I certainly don't. We've had a chance to ask questions at this table and take comments and questions from the audience. We now have to contemplate what direction to give. Either in the options here are essentially, I think the least likely is that we just shelve this. The other option is to move it forward as is, and the third is to move it forward with, or go back to staff to ask for some modifications. Or perhaps even a hybrid where we advance significant portions of it with perhaps some additional changes on some specific portions. So I think all of those are potential paths forward here. But I'll turn back to this table for discussion. And we can have additional questions. Sure, we'll get to questions that may have been arose from thoughts, and then we'll go to potential motions. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. Yeah, there was one question that came up for me, which was, and through you to Mr. Rennick, when the proposal was to go down Goldsmith and turn onto onto B Street, was there any thought of just going straight down Goldsmith to Foul Bay and just continuing straight up Foul Bay?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, sorry, through the mayor, there is a separate bike route on Foul Bay Road that currently exists in a painted form. This was identified as one of the 9 priority routes for being upgraded. The original figure from the 2011 Active Transportation Strategy that was also in the official community plan did show the 2 parallel routes, one on the Foul Bay Road and one on one of the residential side streets. The reason that Florence was chosen in this design is because it lines up with B Street as opposed to Epworth, which lines up with School District 61's property. So Florence was chosen because it makes a straight shot with a public road.
Anything else? Any other questions at this time? I am not seeing any.
Your Worship, I will move to receive the staff report.
Received, moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
Your Worship, it's my desire to test the will of council. I will move that the detailed designs for the Henderson and Haultain-Estevan neighborhood bikeways be endorsed as presented.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor?
I do, Your Worship. Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank everybody who took the time to come out and speak to this tonight and make their opinions known. And we're going to be doing a lot of engagement over the course of the summer, both on right at the moment with the financial plan and with the upcoming OCP and zoning amendments. And I'm hopeful that we receive an equal public turnout for those items as well, because we appreciate hearing from the public in such a fulsome manner. This is, to my mind, a very clear safety consideration. Regular folks who frequent council will know that council is guided by strategic priorities. One of council's strategic priorities is the advancement of low carbon and sustainable active transportation modes. So this is not a part of another council priority. It does not form, it is not buried in an engineering plan. It is itself a strategic priority of council. So the creation and the advancement of these routes is critical to doing that. These routes were specifically selected as quick wins, easy wins, out of the existing active transportation plan, which does call for larger and more complex projects in other locations. But these were identified as things that were going to be low impact, easily implemented, and create east-west and north-south connections that this community really desperately needs. I appreciate the discussion about the survey and who was included in the survey and who was included in the input, because I do want to hear from Oak Bay residents on this, and I think it is also important to consider folks who are commuting in from outside of the community, from this community to other communities as well. This involves Estevan Village. I want to hear from folks who want to make it easier for them to ride to Estevan Village. You've heard from adjacent residents who have said exactly that they like frequenting our businesses, and I would like to encourage that. They have talked about coming in from adjacent businesses and frequenting Oak Bay Rec Center, going to Willows Beach, maybe picking up some fish and chips along the way. These are the folks that we want to encourage to come down, and we would like to encourage them, the maximum amount of them, to come down without a vehicle. And if they can come to Estevan, if they can come to Willows, and if they can come by bike, then that means they're not driving, space for other folks who might not be able to ride. I also want to speak to the aspect, this is very safety-centered. This will have substantive and important safety improvements that allow other people to ride. There's been a lot of comments made tonight about the bad behavior of drivers, and I submit that creating a safer and more accessible bike lane providing infrastructure for cyclists is not going to solve bad driver behavior. Bad driver behavior they are responsible for that behavior. And I don't make the connection between bad driver behavior and providing a safer route for cyclists. And just in conclusion, Your Worship, and appreciate this time to be able to motivate, I also, as most of council knows and most members of the community know, I'm also a consistent cyclist. Most places that I go by bike, and I would describe myself as an avid cyclist. There are a lot of bikes in my house, and I do most of my chores that way. I'm not the person that this is designed for. I am not the person that I am looking to encourage with this. We are looking to create a situation that is safer and more enjoyable and more inviting for young people, for family cycling, for young folks who just want to feel safe and mobile and independent, as has been said tonight. So I strongly support this proposal because it allows young people in this community, families, and folks who might not otherwise be able to cycle, the confidence to be able to do that. So I am not prioritizing my needs as a cyclist. I am looking at safety for young people in the community and giving them the independence to get around. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton, Councillor Smart, then Watson, and then Patterson.
Yeah, thank you. The community and council confirmed these cycling routes in 2011. These routes are already being used as cycling routes, and it's now time to make our streets safer this summer. If we make these safety improvements, more residents and neighbors will choose to cycle, resulting in better physical and mental health and less greenhouse gas emissions. Statistics show us that safety improvements will increase cycling, and the result of this project will therefore be less cars on the road and less cars arriving that require parking. These designs have been carefully considered by professionals and improved by the community engagement feedback we've received. We heard today how transformative better cycling infrastructure has been for many of our residents. Delaying these improvements will result in a more costly project and an undetermined amount of delay. The community chose and council confirmed the cycling route in 2011, and it's now time to make these routes safer for our residents this summer.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patterson, then Watson, or did it matter? Go ahead, Councillor Watson. Sorry, I think I had you first.
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion. Councillor Smart has referred to 2011 plans. We reaffirmed those plans when we asked for these two neighbourhood routes to be designed because we needed to move something forward after having done nothing for far too long. I am really impressed with the amount of detailed work done to design these routes to ensure that all the elements are addressed. This will be a significant and very important safety and climate change initiative in our community, and I am wholeheartedly behind it. We have heard from many residents on a particular portion of the designed area who are concerned about parking and other issues too. I would submit that, as I think Councillor Smart put it quite well, there were existing problems there that need to be addressed and maybe hadn't been addressed, but that should not prevent us from moving forward on what is a solid plan to create safe, low-impact cycling routes through our community. It doesn't mean to say that further work needs to be done, but we should not allow parking concerns to keep the focus on accommodating cars. We need to accommodate bikes, and we also, by doing that, as Ms. Newton's pointed out, make it safer for pedestrians throughout this network. I also want to say that while, yes, we have a duty to consult with our residents on this, we have a duty in Oak Bay to consult with the broader community who's been streaks ahead of us for years now, while we have done just about nothing. Not absolutely nothing, but just about nothing. And we are part of that broader community in the Capital Regional District, and we need to be a player on those, to create those public goods and infrastructure which makes the whole region a better place. The roads in Oak Bay cannot just be for cars anymore. We need to accommodate cyclists and pedestrians as well, and this is a very good investment to do that. I am reminded of one of my kind of mentors and a leading figure in pointing to really what the problem comes from is Donald Shoup, who sadly died at the age of 86 this year after spending a whole career looking at the impact of what the providing free parking on public roads, particularly in North America, has done to distort our decision making. His most famous book, The High Cost of Free Parking, which has come out in at least a couple of editions. And that's what we're suffering here in Oak Bay. We have been giving away parking for free, and now many people feel that it's a right, and it misprices what we do and how we make decisions. So I am 100% behind making an investment in bikes and people and pedestrians and the broader safety of the community and climate change, and I am really happy to see this detailed proposal in front of us tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor, actually, I need a motion to extend the meeting. We are going to need at least
an hour.
45 minutes. Let's say an hour.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Hopefully not an hour on this one item. Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I don't support the motion that is presented. The motion requires that I endorse what is presented, and I find I can't do that. I think staff have done a good job in assessing most of what has to be done, and I commend them on their work on that. But Mayor, you started off by saying, of course, that this council has confirmed their dedication to active transportation. This isn't active transportation, this is cycling. Because active transportation includes all forms of transportation, including pedestrian transportation, and that is not included in this. So this, to me, is not, I don't define it as active transportation. But, you know, we've heard a lot about the parking, and I just want to speak to portions of this, because there's portions of the design that I think are really good and would improve the cycling and safety overall in the community. But the part that is around the east down Haultain area that we've heard so much about from residents, it's not just an entitlement to parking. If I look at this area, you know, if there's any neighborhood in Oak Bay that would be defined more as kind of Oak Bay's working class neighborhood, that's the neighborhood. This isn't a neighborhood with large lots and homes with garages that will fit 3 cars. This is very much a neighborhood of modest housing, some of it heritage type housing that doesn't have any parking because it wasn't developed at that time. It's also an area that has accepted multi-residential housing to a large extent, and not said not in my backyard. They've accepted that. Those multi-residential buildings are described as non-conforming because they were granted and provide more affordable housing because they don't have parking adapted to it as was for other buildings throughout Oak Bay. So that has put pressure on the parking for those houses. And if you walk around the district, particularly after hours, you will note the number of fleet vehicles with advertising on them. That's not parking to service the residents. That's parking to serve contractors that in fact provide all of the service that most of us in this community rely on. And those people must live somewhere, and they have to park somewhere. And this neighborhood has accepted that, but what they are asking us to do is pause this and take a look at it. Get a transportation study and a parking study done that will identify more concretely the circumstances as they are today and allow us to adapt a safe network by pausing this and coming up with perhaps a rework of the plan in a way that is safer. It's not just about our contribution to the regional context, I don't think. It is about the livability in this community, and particularly for the residents that use that portion of the district on a daily basis. So I feel, yes, I have a contribution to regionally to connect these paths, but I have a greater contribution to the people that live and work in Oak Bay on a daily basis, and to provide housing for not only a more affluent part of society, but for the society that is a working portion of society that also needs to be able to bring home vehicles that service their trades. I see people walking with heavy toolboxes to their apartment buildings. And this is how that neighborhood has to function. The residents who live in that neighborhood realize that, and I think that we have a duty on council to also recognize that and reflect that in our planning and our decisions. So I can't support it as it's presented. I think that there's a good portion of the plan that is presented tonight that I would gladly endorse and see implemented tomorrow. But that one section of it, I think, needs to be reconsidered. I also take into consideration comments from the Advisory Planning Commission, who talked about this just at their last meeting, and their recommendation that a transportation and parking study be done in the context of additional proposed housing for the neighborhood. Again, multi-residential that will put greater pressure on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. So I'm just going to ask that, and although we're a little less sensitive than other members of the public are, we just want to make sure that all points of view are welcomed in this room. We're not that sensitive, but it's just nice habit to get into, not to clap or boo, frankly, if people are saying things that you do or don't want to hear. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Well, there's many aspects of this proposal that I really do appreciate. Features that'll enhance safety and accessibility for all road users. The additional crosswalks, the elephant's feet to help cyclists navigate busier intersections, and the bump outs at the locations like Beach and Estevan are all positive improvements, I think, that'll benefit the community. However, there's aspects of the plan that, for me, really raise concerns, as with Councillor Patterson. The introduction of speed humps in certain areas, the reduction of parking, particularly in locations where increased traffic is anticipated, and the potential impact on the Oak Bay track redevelopment all warrant, in my view, further scrutiny. Perhaps more comprehensive planning, a more comprehensive planning process to ensure we carefully consider some of the elements before we finalize our decisions. So active transportation and accessibility, how does this proposal fit into a broader, well-connected network that serves all the residents, including those with mobility challenges? We heard a little bit about that tonight. The parking and traffic impacts with the existing pressures on street parking, particularly in areas of increasing housing density like Easttown. How will the loss of parking affect both residents and businesses? And public transportation integration. Are we aligning the changes that we're suggesting with transit efficiency? And then meaningful public consultation. We've heard a lot about that tonight. Residents aren't just users of a cycling corridor. They're homeowners, they're business owners, and they're members of a community who experience these changes daily. Consultation must be inclusive and transparent and well-timed to ensure genuine participation, and we need to do more of that, I think, especially in the Easttown area. I think we've done not enough there. And then local impacts. Small businesses in Oak Bay rely on accessibility parking and predictable traffic patterns. And how will this plan affect them, or will it affect them? I'm not sure. And then there's the importance of thoughtful consultation. The Haultain-Estevan cycling proposal seems to have been largely shaped by the perspectives of cycling groups whose priorities can be quite different from those who live and work along the routes. And labeling local residents as mere users of the bikeway is misleading. They are really the people who are most affected by the changes that we're proposing to make. So we should be balancing connectivity with community needs, I think. If there was ever two interrelated proposals that demand careful consideration together, it's this cycling plan and the adjacent housing density changes. The potential loss of 20-plus street parking spaces in a high-density area coupled with existing traffic congestion and safety challenges could have unintended consequences that need to be fully understood before we proceed. For those reasons, while I support many elements, like Councillor Patterson, of this proposal, I believe more work is needed to fit all the transportation, housing, and accessibility pieces together. A well-connected, safe, and functional Oak Bay requires planning that serves all members of the community, not just one user group at a time. So I can agree to support most of this proposal, but not other aspects until we get further information around the parking, like a parking study around Easttown, talking to the people in that area as well. I would really like to see, however, the crossing unit go in at Haultain and Foul Bay as soon as possible, because I think that's really important. I wish I could just carve off little pieces of this to vote for it, because I know what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to say, you know, Councillor Braithwaite and Councillor Patterson are not for biking in Oak Bay. That's not true. I ride a bike myself. My husband rides a bike. I love the bikeways for the most part, but I don't feel that we've done enough consultation with a certain area, and so I can't support the whole proposal here. I can only support parts of it, so I'll have to vote, sadly, against the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I'll try and keep my comments reasonably short here. I mean, I think it's good to just recall why we're talking about these, right? We're essentially formalizing what are lowish volume, natural cycling routes that are being used today. They are, we're not building formal biking infrastructure in the big scheme of things. We are sort of saying these are lowish traffic and natural routes to get bikes places. I also just want to say, while somewhat controversial, and I appreciate it's always nice to have, there's always ways of improving public consultation. The form of this, where we had a general overview of what we were contemplating, a broad public input, staff taking that and coming to us with a 95%, so we can actually see what it looks like with the details, with the structures, with the impacts, is valuable, because here we are now at 95%, and I think my take of this is that I think it does need a bit of refinement, but we are probably 95% of the way there. So I struggle with the motion as it is, because I do think there are almost all of this is supportable, and the places that have, I would like to see some additional information. I'll just outline here for people. I just want to really highlight how much I really appreciate almost all of this design work. The improvements at Elgin, that's an incredibly difficult place to try and get bikes through and balance that. The bikes yielding to pedestrian signs already sort of thought of in there, and especially at the trigger points. The treatment of the bigger crossings, the ones at Fowl Bay Road, the ones at Cadborough Bay Road, I think are brilliantly done, and I think I have no concerns about how those are managed. I think that, I think it's been highlighted, the parking losses are one of those sort of pieces that does wave some flags that I would still have some questions on. So yeah, if this fails, and it may well do so, I think I would like to see us advance as much of this as we can. Where I am at is, changes at Fowl Bay Road, changes at Cadbury Bay Road, both segments. So crossing at B and crossing at Estevan, those crossings I think can all go ahead. I think that all the work on Elgin can go ahead. Work on B Street can go ahead. But here's where I feel like there's just some work that probably could be considered. One, I hear in the reflection of this being naturally following where bikes go, one of the routes that bikes take is from the school, they cross the road and they go down Epworth and Florence. And so I think in the interest of trying to make sure that we're not preferentially forcing cars down one or the other, I would like to see treatment of both streets being the same. So they both get, if they have bumps, they're speed humps, then they should both get speed humps. If they have sharrows, they should both have sharrows, so that there isn't forcing traffic in one way or the other. I think that I struggle with the number of speed humps. I think those could probably be somewhat reduced, but I take the direction of engineering on those. I would like to consider how we look at reducing the number of parking spots lost particularly on Easttown. I do think that it's worth taking a bit of time to talk to there's quite a detailed design done now at the high school for the access, and that's quite a different entrance to the track. There's a formal entrance coming off of the parking lot as being considered. There's an access path, a gathering, a change rooms. There's things there. And whatever design we put in there should be wide enough to accommodate whatever the future use of that is. So I think that going back for more detailed work on that. I do think there's some, I also do not like some of the use, particularly in Estevan Village, but even along Easttown, where we're using lines and bollards to control those things. Particularly in our commercial centers, the attractiveness and appeal of those is really important, and I would be much more comfortable with us looking at that of ways of actually using some concrete to extend the sidewalks so that we have some community gathering space. It's actually usable space and would be significantly more attractive, which is an important aspect for commercial use. Ideally, using more green plantings and so forth rather than the bollards. I think we're converting what is a very residential neighborhood into what feels like more of a downtown center with the yellow and black. I think I think actually that part has, my other questions there have been answered. I also do think, I do think that the curb and gutter details probably should reflect what they are currently. Appreciate that, that's for debate. I think we should take this opportunity of extending this design slightly onto Oak Bay Avenue just to look for ways of adding a safe left turn for bicycles onto Elgin. There is, again, reflecting natural bike routes. If you're coming from South Oak Bay, it's hard to get onto Fowl Bay Road. You tend to pop out at one of those streets, either onto of Hampshire or near Granite there onto, I can't remember the name of the street off the top of my head for some reason, but onto Oak Bay Avenue to cross over to Elgin. And I think there's some value of just extending that, even just a simple little left turn kind of consideration there to make sure it's as visible as possible. And I do think reflection to look at turning the stop signs where the trail crosses the road so that the stop signs point to the cars is another way, I think I would like to have looked at. So those are my reflections. So I think we have a motion on the floor right now. I'm happy to go back to second time speakers and then we can call the question. If this does fail, I think we have an obligation to move as much of this forward as we can tonight, and I might look at that as a possible direction. I have Councillor Appleton, did I see your hand? I see Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in response to the comment that you just made, I strongly disagree. If council is going to pick and choose components of the design, then the design should be returned for a comprehensive review and an options analysis versus other options laid out in the active transportation strategy. And also, if the direction is to modify the plans, everybody should be well aware that that is at direct cost to the district and a direct cost to staff time. This is no longer a quick win.
Councillor Appleton, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I strongly feel like we should move forward with this design today as a basis for what we're doing. I really appreciate the topics of consideration that have recently been mentioned. I feel hearing from staff, we're at 90% now. There's still time for a few of these details to get refined. It doesn't mean that we can't. The motion today is to move forward really with the policy direction. So the detailed designs be endorsed as presented, and the discussion is around whether or not we want to change in option 2, it's worded, changing the design assumptions. I do not feel like we want to change any design assumptions of this project. I feel like at its core, this is where we're headed. I don't feel comfortable with the idea of adding extra costs and an uncertain timeline and completely unraveling this again. So I feel very strongly that we could move ahead as is. Staff has already talked about how they're continuing to work with the consultant to refine the issues.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So the motion on the floor is as laid out here to move it forward. I want to make sure we all have the language in front of us. I'm just going to pull mine up to make sure I have the endorsed as presented. And okay. Thank you. Yep, thank you. That's option 1. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Councillor Patterson, Braithwaite, and myself opposed. So that does not pass as is. I'm going to suggest that we move the majority of this forward, though, tonight, if the people are comfortable with that. I do think it's important that one of the advantages that we have here is that we have decided as a council that we were not going to wait. We've been primarily relying on grants for some of these, and we've tried to seek those. In the interest of trying to expedite this, we have moved it forward without that, so it gives us a bit more flexibility of doing this in pieces. Appreciate it still has to go to tender and things of that nature. But perhaps if we can give some clear direction about the sections that we would like to see go forward, and then perhaps some additional information where people want to see it on the remainder, I think would be helpful. I think staff have captured some pretty good notes today in terms of some of the things that council has raised as potential aspects of consideration. So back to this table, is there any desire to advance portions of this, or the majority of it, or some other aspect of it? Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable advancing the section from Esplanade up to, I guess, Cadbury Bay Road until we figure out what's happening with the East Down area. But I think that some of the things that you mentioned in regards to the bollards and the lines and the curb and gutter, I would like to see that implemented into that area.
Thank you. Councillor Watson?
May I ask a question at this point? If we start taking this apart, it's going to have implications for pricing and tendering. And I would like to be able to pose a question to staff at this point in time before we start picking out segments and saying what's what.
Yep,
So please, Director Rennick, my question is, at this point, you've presented us a 90% design solution. How much of the things that you've heard in this conversation would still be flexible enough to address as you move towards 100%? Because I think we need to understand that. Otherwise, we don't have a workable solution.
As best you can. Mr. Rennick, you can try and answer that question.
Through the mayor, that is a bit of a difficult question to ask. To answer. I would have difficulty advancing a piecemeal solution. We essentially have a fully designed package, and these routes need to be considered in totality. I would have concerns about saying, well, let's build page 1 and page 2, but not page 3 or page 4. I would also just point out that the reason that the traffic calming curbs and line paint were chosen at the intersections at Haultain and Eastdown was primarily related to cost. Widening sidewalks and installing gathering places, while certainly a laudable goal, would come at a significantly higher cost. So I would just caution the council that, as was outlined in the staff report, you need to look at the assumptions that were made and consider altering the designs to incorporate new assumptions, and that will have, as we said in the staff report, a 3 to 6 month delay in project implementation.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go back to, the recommendation here is to insert changing the design assumptions. My issue here is I agree with almost all the design assumptions other than a few minor pieces. Mr. Rennick, can I ask a question on the biggest conflict areas right now for cyclists is crossing Foul Bay Road and Cadbury Bay Road. Are those aspects that could be advanced separate from the balance of the project if we want to send this back for some additional information?
Through the mayor, if council were to direct the modifying the bylaw to allow elephant's feet crossing and direct that flashing lights be installed at that intersection as a separate piece of work, that would be council's prerogative to do so. However, I would still urge you to consider the routes in their entirety.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think we just have a little bit of a difficulty getting from some of the nuanced pieces to a more comprehensive design. We're still hearing some concerns around some aspects of this, but this, I feel like I'm trying to think of ways of advancing this when we're all at 85 or 90% agreement of where this design is, and we're just down to some of the minutiae. Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to remind council that the whole objective with this project is to create a framework and a continuous network, and pulling it apart in pieces is not going to do that. I see this as the basis of a project in which many of the comments that have just been listed could be added to it at a later date. There's such potential at the table here to move forward something that we've agreed upon, that as a council we want to move ahead active transportation. We want to have a complete framework. This is the way to do it. It's a light touch. We're not doing separated bike lanes. It's going to improve the safety in the community. I just feel so strongly that this is important to our community to move this forward, and I don't see that it means that we can't later add things to it to address many of the issues that have been mentioned, but we can't pick this apart.
So I'm wondering if there's a path here of, because we're looking at this exceptions to go back and just give some direction for some comprehensive design. Perhaps we could tweak just a couple of those assumptions and have those changes come back. Councillor Appleton, did I see your hand?
You did not, Your Worship, but I will speak to that. I want to express my strong disagreement with modifying sections of this submission. As Mr. Rennick has specifically advised against just now, this thing needs to be taken as its entirety. So I need everybody here to be very clear about what the decision is here, that we are setting aside a 90% product with a cost associated with it for a guaranteed 3 to 6 month delay and increased costs associated with that. So that is implicit in any decision that involves essentially parting apart this piece. Just like any other project that comes before council, we rely on staff and consultants to give us the accurate and proper technical information. And we receive that and we make our decisions based on that. If this is to be referred to staff, if some components are to be isolated out of this report, I absolutely maintain that if it is council's intent or individual councillors' intent to take issue with components of that, then we need to understand very clearly each specific detail that is wished to be modified, because each thing will have a cost implication and each thing will have a safety implication. So if that's not the space that folks want to go into, then I would advise not pulling apart components of this project. They all fit together. It's a cycling network project.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. And I agree we rely on staff and our knowledge around the table, but I also rely on what the residents are saying to me. And what I heard loud and clear tonight from many residents was that they are unable to understand what's happening in their area as far as the parking goes, and they have concerns. So if they have concerns, then I have concerns. And so that's why I need to take this back for a moment and have another look at it, get some input from the residents around that area, and then we'll go forward with it. All of us want to go forward with active transportation. We do. We want to see this happen. But when I hear so many people come forward and speak tonight that have concerns and valid concerns, then I pause and I want to take a step back.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson, and then Councillor Appleton, and then Patterson.
I'd like to propose a new motion, actually, if I can do that at this point in time.
There's no motion on the floor.
No, okay, so I'd like to move one.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I would like to move that we forward the project as presented, and that simultaneously we ask for a project backgrounder on further analysis of the concerns raised by neighbors in the Chefe neighborhood about congestion and parking stress, and that be a separate piece of work that is undertaken to inform future decision making.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I'll first ask if there's a seconder, but I may be up against it being close to a previous piece. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. If I might turn to staff, probably Ms. Plouffe, on this one. We have a motion that is similar to the last motion in terms of approving it, but adding on a portion of asking for additional study. Are we in bounds of, I guess it's really my call as chair at the end of the day, whether it's too close to the original motion. But if you have any thoughts on that, it's essentially almost an amended motion of the original. Yeah. Ms. Plouffe, any thoughts? Any best practices here I should fall back on? If not, I'm happy to wing it on my own.
Thanks, Mayor Murdoch. I would have to take a minute to just look into that. I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head. It does seem very similar and just amended from the original, but if I could have a couple minutes, I could look it up, or you can choose to wing it.
Sure. So the motion, if you can just say it again, is to advance, so basically option one, but also to add.
to add a request for a project backgrounder for the investigation of the existing concerns in the Chefe neighborhood about congestion and parking as a separate project.
Okay, I'm going to allow it. I can be challenged as a chair, but I do think that it essentially creates some caveats around the original piece that might offset some of the concerns. I do want to keep the discussion on it fairly brief, though, so do you wish to motivate? I think it's fairly clear what you're asking for.
No, I'm just going to stop there.
Any other discussion? Councillor Smart?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the motion. As I mentioned previously, I do feel that a lot of legitimate concerns have been brought up in the Chefe neighborhood around congestion and parking, and I do feel like they need to be dealt with. I just don't feel that they have to have this project unravel in order to fix them. I do feel like it can be handled as a separate project. And so I do think it's worth considering on the chance that that addresses some concerns from other councillors around the table with that community consultation piece.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton, and then Patterson, and then Braithwaite.
Thank you, Worship, and I support the intent. I think I understand where Councillor Watson's trying to get to with this. I would suggest that the consultation piece could easily be a standalone separate motion that's not attached to this piece. So while I appreciate where it's going, I still want to advance the suggested designs, but there may also be space for an additional consultation piece in addition to.
It is for just a backgrounder, so it would just give us pricing and costs or time implications. So that's what's on the floor. Councillor Patterson and then Braithwaite.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor Watson attempting to move this forward. However, what is being proposed then is to move it forward as we see it, which again would mean endorsing it and simply requesting a backgrounder on this doesn't bring any certainty that the some of the elements that are considered unacceptable or creating unsafe cycling routes may not in fact be addressed. And there is no I don't have any reassurance either, and that would, I guess, have to come from staff, that these things can run concurrently so as to not impact the schedule and the pricing, which it would, in essence, make it a different project, and so and completely separate from this. And so I'm not interested in advancing it forward in this what is proposed. Thank you.
Wait.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I like Councillor Patterson, I feel the same way. I think I like the intent of what Councillor Watson is trying to do. However, I think I would feel more comfortable just sending this back to staff in its entirety and waiting for that consultation to happen with that neighborhood before moving forward.
Thank you. Speak to Councillor Smart. I think I'll speak for the first time. I'm going to, I don't think, I'm going to speak against the motion as it is. I tend to agree with the sort of the intent. I think there's a better way of doing this. I think we could, I think what's being asked for from staff, and it's a reasonable ask, is that we, as the policy people and the governance body, set the parameters for the design to come back to us. And so I would rather those concerns that are being flagged here, just send it back with understanding that, make an effort to minimize the parking loss in that area and allow that engineering work to happen. There were certainly aspects of that where sight lines and so forth are being used, but there could be ways of using that parking for just calming traffic as well. So I think if that's the policy direction that we want to see, if we're concerned about the loss of parking, then we're best off to send it back for those changes. I would personally prefer to move it forward, chunks of it forward, but I do hear the wisdom of the body that it does make sense to look at it a bit more cohesively. Councillor Smart, you wanted to speak a second time?
Yeah, I was just going to say that we've already heard that all the removed parking spaces are to improve safety, so there isn't a traffic study that is going to bring more parking spaces back without ruining safety. So we already know this route is unsafe. So I appreciate the frustration of some neighbors that don't feel the consultation was adequate, and I definitely think council can bring that forward to further cycling engagement, and we can learn a lot from this process. I don't see a benefit to charging our taxpayers more money and delaying this project for an unforeseen amount of time when we're already looking towards our next cycling route after this. I just can't support it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And so to that point, I would ask that if the design is to be modified, the current design is laid out to, and as was mentioned during the staff presentation, the current design is laid out to eliminate parking spots with the intent of improving safety, that each parking spot, exactly as was stated, each parking spot has been removed for the purposes of safety. So if parking is to be reviewed, and if the direction from council is to be minimized, that parking is to be minimized, then I would like whatever materials come back from staff to discuss the safety impacts of those parking reintroductions. So each parking stall and each parking space that is reintroduced into this will have a safety impact. So we are talking directly about trading off parking for safety. So I would be interested for council to have an opportunity to debate how much parking is acceptable to be traded off for the purposes of safety in this conversation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I have a motion on the floor. I am going to call the question. Those in favor of the motion? Councillor Watson and Smart. All those opposed? Appleton, Patterson, Braithwaite, and myself opposed. We're back here to square one again. I'm going to suggest that as a way possible path forward is that this be sent back to staff to revise the plan. I think there's a few minor things that have been talked about. We don't need to go through all of those things, like the consideration of the access for the school track and the stop sign changes and those sorts of things. So my suggestion would be something just along the lines of just going back and coming back with minimizing parking loss around the Haultain and Easttown. And I would suggest that contemplation of twinning the design on Epworth and Florence, just so that there's a similarity on those two roads that are going to be pushing traffic onto one or the other, depending on which one we go.
I'll make that motion.
So the motion is option 2. So the detailed design for Henderson, Haultain-Estevan neighborhood Bikeways be modified by changing the design assumptions to minimize parking in the Haultain and Easttown area, and considering bike route aspects on both Florence and Epworth. I think it's probably the simplest way of doing it, so we don't force a twinning that might not make sense engineering-wise. Is that essentially what you're asking for? Is there a seconder? Sorry, we didn't second it. Okay. I've kind of already made my point, but Councillor Braithwaite, do you want anything? No. Okay. Councillor Smart.
Through you, Mayor, I wonder if it's possible to ask staff if we can still move the core of this project forward, considering there's only these two very subtle changes and we're only at 90%. Would it be possible, through you, Mayor, to ask staff if we could move this project forward without causing the 3 to 6 month delay and the extra money to our residents?
Mr. Rennick?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly clear on what's being asked of staff at this point, whether we're being asked to revise the design or whether we're being asked to move it forward.
So the motion on the floor right now is option 2, which is to that the detailed design for Henderson and Haultain-Estevan neighborhoods is being modified by changing the design assumptions to include minimizing parking loss in the Haultain and Easttown area, and looking at similar cycling treatments for Florence and Epworth. That's the direction right now. So as Councillor Smart has pointed out, those are at least almost all of the design in place. Can that advance with those changes coming back?
Thank you, Your Worship. Those kinds of changes would likely be more on the 3 months time frame as opposed to the 6 months time frame. As noted in the staff report, Council would have to reconsider the amended design for a further endorsement, and would again have an opportunity to hear from members of the public on that modified design.
Thank you for that. Is there any other discussion on that motion? Motion's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I oppose the motion on the exclusive basis that it is a time delay and a significant cost and resource implication for staff. Sending something back to staff is not revenue or time neutral. It is going to take time away from other projects. It's going to take time away from other matters that the engineering department is working on. So this should not be considered as just something sent back for additional consideration or additional information. There is a direct resource, time, and money cost to the district based on this decision. So I just want that to be absolutely clear to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I will also not be supporting this due to the increased time and cost to the district. I also know that if we're going to be reducing safety and prioritizing parking spaces for our residents over the safety of our residents, I already know that I'm not going to support that down the line. And with regards to, you know, the potential twinning of Florence and Epworth, I don't feel as a council member I should be making that kind of traffic expertise at the table. That's something I would leave to the consultant and our director of engineering as this design gets developed.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
I would be prepared to support this moving forward with amended to remove the twinning design on Florence Epworth, and an understanding that it is entirely possible and that staff come back with a next plan which actually doesn't give us any more parking on the streets as shown because of the safety compromises or because the design actually requires those things to be taken out. So I don't think we should expect it's a foregone conclusion that minimizing parking loss actually would change the outcome if we are concerned about having a safe route. We need to move this forward somehow, and the votes are just not looking right at all. We're going to be in stalemate for who knows. So there needs to be some way to find an accommodation around this table to move this important work forward while addressing concerns that vary amongst us. So, I guess I'm going to propose an amendment that we return to staff to ask them to look at minimizing parking loss, and that be the only change. I mean, that gets option 2 with only that one item.
Sure, thank you. Is there a seconder for that amendment motion? I don't see one, so back to the main motion. Do you wish to speak to the main motion any further?
I agree with Councillor Smart about the twinning. I think we're getting into the design weeds and the technical side of things, and that's not where we should be going. We've been given that advice already by the engineers and the consultants. So no, I can't support it.
Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, then I'll speak.
Thank you. Councillor Watson makes a good point. We're at a stalemate here. There's 3 for, 3 against, it seems, on all of the different votes, because we're missing one person sitting around this table. Perhaps it would be a smart idea for us to wait for Councillor Green to be able to weigh in on this. And we've done that before. We've actually brought something back before when we were in this position. So that's something for you to consider, Mayor, that we might want to do that if we don't see a way forward tonight.
Thank you. I think that may be where we end up if we can't move this advances. Mr. Rennick, I might just have a question for you to Councillor Watson's point. I don't see the the design, replicating on the two streets. I'm suggesting that based on what we've heard from the community, which is that significant concern that the changes might change. Do you see any? I mean, that's a much less sort of technical and assessment ask than the parking. Do you see any red flags of that? If that is one of the assumptions that could be done?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Mayor. I think you want to tread carefully in that direction. Council endorsed a traffic calming policy many years ago that looked at using the Transportation Association of Canada warrant procedure, which consists of doing traffic studies and seeing what the 85th percentile speed on a road is prior to implementing traffic calming changes. Now, there are speed humps proposed on Florence because Florence was part of a route that was identified by council. Adding speed humps to Epworth, if they are not warranted by the warrant procedure, does then set a precedent of will other roads be requesting speed humps that don't meet the warrant procedure. So I would just caution that council wants to be aware of the precedent of that decision.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to speak to the motion as it's laid out in front of us. I think it's worth supporting. I do think if we get the seventh person at the table, we'll be able to advance it. And I think it's an important piece for us to move this forward. 3 months, to my mind, to get it right and to look at ways of addressing the concerns raised by the community is not that significant. We are looking at a $1.8-ish million project to make those changes to get it right. To my mind, is not if it adds some cost into that, I'm okay with that. I do think it's worth advancing, and I think it's important for us to be seen to be advancing, not waiting another 2 or 4 weeks for us to have a full contingent here to move it forward. I think, as Councillor Watson pointed out, with the report that comes back, we'll probably lay out some of those aspects of it that might say this makes sense or this doesn't make sense, and I'm comfortable with leaving it in the hands of the engineering department to make those recommendations. But I also just want to make clear, this is not a question of do we want safety or not want safety. The whole point of this project is to improve safety. Anything is going to be marginal safety. It improves it, but there's no absolute safety here. There's no absolute non-safety. And so we're just making changes in the shades of gray, and that is ultimately a policy decision about where council wants to sit. So I'll try to encourage people to move this forward at this time and see what comes back from staff. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff, I guess I'm just trying to get my head around the legitimacy of even having a motion that says minimize parking loss, because that was already council's direction. So my question through you, Mayor, to staff is, did we not already give direction to minimize parking loss and only have parking lost where it was essential for safety? I thought that was already the direction. So what is the point in telling staff to go back and do that again when it's already been done?
Can't remember the exact wording that was given to staff in the first place. Mr. Rennick, do you recall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although the motion text did not include minimize parking impacts, with our experience with these being a light touch, that was conveyed to the consultant as part of the request for proposal. And as I noted earlier this evening, there had been more parking spaces slated for removal at the 50% stage, and we did ask the consultant to take a closer look at that and bring that number down.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. So I would just comment that I feel that between these two things that we're sending back to staff, that it's not actually legitimate work for them to go ahead and proceed with. The first one has already been dealt with. The second one, as we talked about, is basically getting in the weeds of being traffic engineers. And so I just urge council to come up with something legitimate that staff could actually work on rather than just creating an artificial delay.
Councillor Watson, did you wish to speak again? I thought I saw your hand, and then Councillor Braithwaite.
Yes, could I have the motion as it currently stands read out, please?
I'm not sure if staff have it handy. Mr. Dowling?
No. The motion is that the detailed designs for Henderson and
So can you speak up just a little bit?
That detailed designs for Estevan Henderson, Haultain-Estevan neighborhood bikeways be modified by changing the design assumptions as follows. Revise the plan to minimize parking loss at Haultain and Easttown, and to consider bikeway aspects of similar design between Epworth and Florence.
Anything else, Councillor Watson?
That's fine, thank you, staff.
Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that for me, it's not so much that we might end up taking away the same number of parking spots. What I would like to see is I would like to see a conversation with those people in the community around what their feelings are and what they are looking at for that design around that area. So it could be that once those residents sit down with staff and they hear what staff have to say and they hear the arguments about the difference, how it will make it safer, they may go, you know what, you're right, we can't do it with less than nine parking spots or 10 parking spots or whatever it might happen to be. But I think to give that opportunity to those residents to be able to have that conversation with staff in a small room, just a quick conversation about that is really what I'm looking for.
It's not part of the motion, so that may or may not happen. I'm just going to say we're just giving it back to them to do that review. Councillor Appleton.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. That was going to be my point. Nothing of that nature, and I think this is really important for the folks who have come out and expressed concerns. Nothing in terms of further public engagement is contemplated by the motion that's on the floor. There is no further public engagement contemplated. So an avenue for folks to raise concerns is not included. And if that was the intent, then I would ask that council provide the parameters for such engagement. And I would also point out that I raise concerns about, I don't believe we're in a position to direct staff to meet directly with a group of people under that type of circumstance. I don't believe that is our role to play. So if there is interest in an additional public engagement or an engagement strategy, then I would ask that that be part of the motion and that a project backgrounder be prepared to understand the resource implications of what is being of the actual cost to the community of doing that, because that needs to be factored into the decision making.
So at this point, there's nothing in the motion. So I'm just going to ask that we speak to the motion as it is. If someone wishes to make an amendment, we can speak to those changes, but that's where we're at the moment. So we have a motion on the floor right now to send it back with a couple of shifts in assumptions. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Councillor Watson?
And I just wanted to go back to Director Rennick again, if I could. We're clearly putting you on the tight spot, but you had commented earlier that for this level of work, as a technical exercise, no consultation, that you thought that the turnaround time could be somewhat attenuated and not at the 6-month level. Could you, I'm just going to ask you to reflect on that again while I'm sitting here considering how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Sure. Can't hold them to anything, just for the record.
Through the mayor, we would formally need to request a change order from the consultant. They would be better able to comment on their resource implications than I would, because they also have other projects and other clients to serve. And so the 3 to 6 month estimate was really an estimate based on experience. And my comment that it would likely be on the lighter end was also an estimate based on my experience.
Councillor Watson, anything else?
Oh, that's fine, thank you.
I do want to get to the question, Councillor Braithwaite and then Councillor Smart.
I just wanted to address something that Councillor Appleton said. I have to disagree with you to a certain extent on...
Make your comments through me, though, not directly at.
Through you, to Councillor Appleton. I think that it is part of council's job to ask staff to meet with residents on occasion. So I just want to say that I don't think it's outside of our purview to ask that. I think that at certain times, it's for certain things, it is within our purview to ask staff to meet with residents.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Normally we would do that through a process as we're doing the project agreement pieces, but Councillor Smart, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that I won't be supporting the motion because I really don't understand what this motion is asking staff to do. When really the two things that it's asking for have already been done. The direction was already to minimize parking loss, and the direction was already to consider the design of Florence and Epworth. And so we're asking them to do work they've already done, and we're going to pay more for that, and we're going to delay the project by 3 to 6 months. It just doesn't make any sense to me, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. All right, all those going to call the question at this point. All those in favor and those opposed? Councillor Triple opposed. Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. I think at this point we're going to have to consider ourselves deadlocked and wait for we have our 7th member of council. It may be appropriate. I think a little bit of time reflecting and thinking about what's important as part of this is probably healthy for all of us. And when it comes back, so motion here would be to refer it to a future council meeting. Is that, or defer it? Ms. Anderson?
It would be appropriate to postpone the matter to a future meeting date.
Okay. Don't see any other motions on. Oh, we have CAO Williams online. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship. I put my hand up before you started down a different path, but I just wanted to share with council that what I'm hearing around the table is a desire to see this project move forward and general support for the majority of the design components. So council could consider directing staff to implement as presented and report back in 9 to 12 months on the experience. And it may be something that can be used as a learning experience then for future projects. I just want to put that out there as a potential for you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I have a feeling that we're probably going to be at a point of 6 problems with the same problems as 6. I think this is a worthwhile conversation that we have. We've gone through a lot of detail of the application. We've heard from a lot of people raising specific concerns, general concerns, and support. I'm also hearing 6 people around this table who want to see it move forward. So we're down to the nitty-gritty, and we seem to be a little bit deadlocked in terms of how that's going to go forward. So I'm going to just have a motion, if I'm going to seek a motion here to, the appropriate wording, postpone.
I'll make a motion to postpone to a future meeting. Yep.
Movement, is there a seconder? I think we have any options at this point. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor and those opposed? Okay. Can I ask a motion that this matter be, what's the tabled, or what's the, no, it's not the, I wanted to set it aside so we can deal with the rest of the agenda, come back to this. I'm going to motion to defer this matter to the end of the, following the balance of the items on the agenda. Is deferral, I think, appropriate within the meeting?
It's a motion to table, Your Worship. Thank you.
Oh, motion to table to the end of the meeting. Okay. Can I have a mover and a second to table this so we can come back to it after we deal with the other items on the agenda? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 30 minutes?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:30.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. All right, moving on. We are not doing a 9.3. We have a 10.1. This does not have public input, which is probably a positive thing. Development permit DP 00052, 2101 Sutherland Road. We have Kyle McStravick here to provide the introduction. This is a matter that's we've dealt with largely to this point, but we just have the development permit left of the process. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you noted, Council has a report in front of them providing options with respect to consideration of a development permit for infill residential for the property at 2101 Sutherland Road.
I'm just going to ask the people in the audience can minimize talking at this point. It's just we want to make sure we can hear the staff. Go ahead.
Thank you. On the 27th of January of this year, Council approved a rezoning for the same property to authorize the development, which is now requesting form and character approval through the current development permit application. On the 8th of October of 2024, the Advisory Design Panel recommended that Council approve this development permit, and owner slash applicant was online earlier, but we have lost him in the meantime. I understand he had some family commitments, so I'm available if there are any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McStravick, and for your patience. Any discussion from council on this matter? Questions? I lost Councillor Watson, but that's fair. I think she was in full support of this application when it came through last time. So perhaps I can have the motion to receive the report. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on receipt? Councillor Smart? Oh, Councillor.
Sorry, I just realized I do have a question, but I can do that after receipt.
Okay. So we're just going to call a question on receipt. Councillor Watson, all those in favor? Any opposed, unopposed? You had a question, Councillor Smart?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor, is it possible, like, is the applicant here? I just had a couple questions about, no, okay. Okay.
The applicant had to leave to deal with a family matter, so we're here. We could, again, refer this to a future meeting if you need that information to make a decision.
Could I potentially, through you, Mayor, ask the questions to staff on the chance that they may know the answers?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor, to staff, I wondered, was there any discussion with the applicant about the installation of dark sky compliant lighting, and was it merely that it was not evident in the drawings, or were they specifically showing lighting that was not dark sky compliant?
McStravick.
Thank you, through your worship. That was not discussed with the applicants, and the checklist indicates, I think, that we didn't have the information and it simply wasn't provided on the application. If it's something that council is interested in knowing more about, I can certainly find that out from this applicant and in future applications as well.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. And my next question, through you, Mayor, to staff, of a similar vein, just looking at the checklist, that there was no apparent attempt to do native or drought-tolerant plants, rainwater collection, or rain garden, and those are things on the review form. So my question, through you, Mayor, to staff is, in addition to the dark sky compliant lighting, is that a conversation that staff could have with the applicant? And if so, would they require a motion from council, or is that something that likely would occur afterwards? Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make sure this is not an upland setting and design, so it doesn't have quite the same checklist, I don't think. But Mr. McStravick?
Thank you, Your Worship. Indeed, there is attachment 6 of the report is an infill residential design guideline review checklist. And as noted in the report, the application does meet the majority of the guidelines, but indeed not all of them. And for some of them, there was some information that was not available. And yes, I see that the guideline to use native low maintenance, that means drought resistant, low water requirement concept in landscape plans, I indicated that that was not met. And again, given that the majority of the guidelines were met, I didn't pursue that particular item with the applicants. As something to rectify.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Through Mayor to staff then, I'm just wondering what the different options of council would be at this point, if we can consider these to be things that were important to us being on the checklist, and hearing that they haven't been discussed with the applicant. Is it possible for you to summarize the different options available to council at this point? Thank you.
I give that to Mr. McStravick or Mr. Green. Mr. Green?
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I guess if council wish to have that guideline addressed, then council could raise a motion to either direct staff to work with the applicant on a revised landscaping design that addresses the info guidelines in relation to drought-tolerant plants. Then that would be obviously the will of council to do that.
Thank you. I believe what I'm hearing then is that it might be appropriate at this point to make a motion. I'm just looking at the recommendation here to see, would it, through you, Mayor, to staff, would it be more appropriate to do an amendment to the staff recommendation, or perhaps a separate motion after the recommendation? Thank you.
I think it would probably have to be part of it, because the recommendation here is to approve, but I would suggest a slightly modified version if that was the will. maybe procedurally easiest to make the motion as is and then have a motion to amend. And that motion to amend would be subject to, I think is feasible. Is that fair, Mr. Green? That we could have a motion to approve subject to inclusion of whatever council feels is necessary to approve.
Yeah, I guess council has two options. Council could direct staff to refer back to staff to work with the applicant on a revised landscape plan that would then come back to council, or council could also, I guess, direct staff to work with the applicant on a revised landscaping plan subject to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Building and Planning would also be an option that council could ask for.
You still have the floor, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Then I would like to move forward the recommendation, including an amendment to direct staff to work with the applicant to consider dark sky lighting and native or drought tolerant plants.
So can you just say it again? So
the amendment would be, and to direct staff to work with the applicant to consider dark sky lighting and native or drought tolerant plants.
Mr. Green, I just want to make sure that's sufficient. It doesn't prescribe in that case. It's just asking you to work with them on that, but it essentially does make the approval at the development permit stage.
For your worship, yeah, just I guess in terms of a point of clarification then, in terms of would council want to see that revised plan and the lighting plan, or would that just still be to the satisfaction of the Director of Community
The way I'm reading the
Plan?
motion as it is, no. It's just directing staff to work with them to see if they can conclude those two pieces.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
So a motion is made with that amendment. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Yeah. Councillor Watson?
Just a point of clarification. Earlier, the words were used subject to, but that sounds like that's not what's being requested. It's a very open-ended thing just to give staff a little opportunity to engage with the applicant, but we're in effect approving this DVP tonight, right? Correct. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. I think that's clear. Don't see any other hands, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? No, she just moved it whole as amended. So I suggested we just do an amendment, but I'll take the motion. It was seconded as amended. So it includes that ask that they work with.
Then I'm going to jump in here because I did vote against this when it was before us before, and I'm going to vote against it again for the same reasons I did at the original meeting. Thank you.
I'm ready to call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Braithwaite opposed. That carries. We move to 10.2, the Tree Protection Bylaw 4742-2020 Amendment Bylaw number 4893-2025. This is adoption of something we've done 3 readings of. We don't usually debate at adoption, but of course we can. So we have a move. Someone read aloud the motion.
Your Worship, I would move that Tree Protection Bylaw number 4742-2020 Amendment Bylaw number 4893-2025 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Is there a seconder? Okay, thank you. We don't usually debate, but if there's something that people wish to raise or flag, this is the time to do it. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We move on to 10.3, slightly more meaty item, which is 1587 York Place, 1562 Prospect Place. I saw the applicants come into the room. Mr. McStravick, are you introducing? Oh, Ms. Plouffe.
Thank you, Your Worship. So upon review of the agenda this evening, we did notice that some crucial information to this bylaw was not added to the agenda. So unfortunately, we won't be able to look at this bylaw this evening. We have a possible solution of perhaps having a meeting at 5 p.m. on Thursday before our regular scheduled special meeting.
I think that would be the courteous thing to do. Absolutely. But we could maybe just do it at 6 o'clock as well and just deal with the matter at that time. All right. This is information that has to be part of it. It is form part of the public hearing aspects and pieces. Is that correct?
The information is what forms the bylaw.
Right. Well, it would be overturned if we don't follow your guidance. I recognize that. Yes. How do we give direction at this point to make sure that I think in fairness, to work with the applicant on what works best, 5 or 6 o'clock, and then post that as quickly as possible so the public has a chance to come, because there's a lot of interest in that item on the agenda here tonight. What is the appropriate direction to be given here?
Your worship, council, that was appropriate direction.
Okay, so we don't need to make motions.
Yeah, we
or
will reach
anything
out to we staff have spoken to the applicant once this was discovered, and there was a willingness to look at this item on Thursday just due to their own timing.
Okay. So that's both 10.3 and 10.4, so both the housing agreement bylaw as well, which is tied to that. Great, very good.
Our apologies on that, your worship.
Well, they're sitting in the room here, so
Yes.
kind of, it's just a very late night for them to be here. Councillor Smart?
I just wanted to mention that I do have a previous commitment that would prevent me likely from attending at 5 o'clock on Thursday.
So we'll try and have it at 6. I think it's reasonable to do that and push back the financial planning piece. If we need to do it online or something else, we can do that as well, but let's make that effort. All right, well, that shifted my time estimation on this piece. I'm going to give them chance for the applicants here. I think our hands are tied on this. Is there, put a hand up if you want to discuss it, otherwise I'm going to move on to, nope, okay. Then, I'll go right to the end before adjournment. Any new business? All right, so coming back to item we had earlier, which is the things we have what appeared to be a deadlock, but no agreement to postpone. So I will look for any suggestion motions at this point. Councillor Smart. Actually, why don't we just wait 2 minutes and let people filter out of the room? I think that's the courteous thing to do here. They said they'd let them know, so I'm not sure why they're still here. I kind of have no one here for the room. Okay, we're going to come back to this table here. People are getting a little bit of glucose into their systems to stay awake. We have 20 minutes left in this meeting as laid out at the time, so Councillor Smart.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that there's an interest around the table to provide some amendments to the policy direction that we previously provided. And in order to gain support for that, I guess I would just ask that those policy amendments be more clearly described as things that have not already been achieved by staff, so that it's clear new work that is going to be done, so that I can understand if we're going to justify the extra time and the extra cost to our community, we need it to be meaningful. So I would like to hear in detail the policy direction that is different than what we have provided so far, so that I could possibly support it. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Yeah, just through your worship, I concur 100%. The reason that I don't agree with moving this forward to a subsequent meeting is that it's not an obstructionist thing. It's that I don't agree with the substance or validity of the motion, and it does not contain enough content, which is new direction to staff. It essentially reiterates or wanders into territory that we're not able to actually go into. So therefore, it does not provide guidance to staff, so it's a delay for no resolution. So I call on council to complete its business or provide specific direction to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I don't know what to give suggestions to here for members of council. My observation of this is we have a 95% design and we're providing feedback on what we think works and what doesn't. I appreciate that we don't want to get into engineering as a committee around this table. I thought that the minimizing parking was one way of capturing that. I think what has been said is that the staff and the consultants have undertaken that work. But I also heard from half the people here that it was, and many members of the community, that those the level of parking loss was not sufficient. As a layperson looking at that, I can certainly I feel the same way. I think, you know, I appreciate that there's consideration that there's an impact on visit sightlines and safety and all those kind of things. I just, you know, I think at this point that's the only direction I could think of that would help provide some clarification. I have done my part here to try and move it. I would like to get into a few more of the odds and ends and details, but I've heard from staff that they're addressing many of the other minor pieces like the parking lot and other aspects. So I do think that if we do not resolve this today and do come back later, I do think there should be some consideration of us looking at the permanence of the design in Estevan Village. I think that is I agree that the cost impact on East Down is probably not justified, but I think where it's a significant community gathering space that we might want to consider that. Appreciate that there are cost implications. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot more that I would like to see modified in small ways on this, but I'm content to sort of sit back and just do a few things that allow it to move forward. But appreciate the comments from my two fellow councillors that they want some more clarity. I don't know that I can personally provide any more. I think that's where I've resolved in trying to keep it at a high enough level that allows staff and consultants to do their work. At this point, that hasn't had success, so we may end up in another meeting. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I would just say that if council members around this table are not able to communicate the change of design assumptions that staff has asked for, that we should move ahead with the project as designed it, and it's 90%, and there will still be time for staff to work through things. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the thoughtful comment and suggestion. I think there's still enough concern from at least half of the body here that as it is not quite sufficient to meet the needs. But we've already had motions to that effect. We've had motions to move it forward as is. We've had motions to move it forward with amendments. We've had motions to have different amendments. We've had motions made and rolled back. So I'm stuck on this one. I do think that you know, I will say personally, I've got 15 minutes left here in the meeting before it'll shut down automatically. Is that I don't think, given what I've heard here around the table, and I do take the point, if I would much rather this move forward than not. If that compromise is that it moves forward as is, you know, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I do, however, think that there are improvements that could be made. So I think given that, I don't see a path forward on that unless until we have more people, the full contingent of council at the table. And, you know, I do believe Councillor Green will watch this meeting and listen to the public input and to what's been discussed here, and may have some additional wisdom. And sometimes just going away for a few days and thinking about things may give us some time to come up with some wisdom of suggestions. I'm usually get much worse at wisdom of suggestions at 11:16 at night. So yes, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I just reiterate that we have this time. I'd really like to hear from those around the table specifically what design assumptions they want changed. I still, perhaps I've missed it, but I just still don't hear what is desired to change. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead. I'll take Councillor Patterson and Councillor Appleton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I understand the questions, but I do think that I would like reaffirmation about the parking in the East Down area, because if that is in fact the case, it could form our future opinions about housing in the area and densification of the area. If we're at max, then that will certainly be identified through this. I think that it is very helpful and informative to have expert consultant reports, but they don't. It's one thing to do the design on paper. It's another thing to live in the area. I believe that with the bike lane that is being proposed, that crosses Cadborough Bay Road and goes down Florence, I believe that traffic calming on other streets, as is proposed by residents, is warranted to be reviewed, because I know the way traffic flows through that area, and it doesn't just meander. It's moving rapidly, and because of the bottleneck on Cadborough Bay Road, it flows all throughout those roads. And so I think it is worthwhile to revisit that the traffic calming that is proposed with this recommendation is in fact the best we can do to create good livability for residents in the area. And if we are at maximum capacity with density, then I think that this will be identified, and there will be another matter coming before council very shortly that further puts pressure on this, and I think it's useful to verify all of this information and anything that can be enhanced for traffic calming to in fact enhance safety in the area. I walk the area frequently. It is not safe today. I don't believe some of what is proposed for the bike lane, this bike lane system, while most of it I support. I think this area we'd have to take a closer look at and see if additional traffic calming and safety can be accomplished.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I appreciate more clarity on that. And so what I'm hearing is potentially that there might be a desire to hire a traffic consultant to come up with a traffic report, which would be a much more supportable motion at the table, because it's a specific attainable thing where we could ask staff to actually come back with a project backgrounder and say it's going to cost $80,000 and it's going to take 4 months or whatever it is. I appreciate that, although I immediately go to the, if we already know there's parking issues. So if the desire of the traffic study report is primarily around losing parking spots, we're going to get a report that says you don't have enough on-street parking spots during the day. And then what are we going to do? Are we going to say, well, we think the importance of on-street parking spots is more important than safety for cyclists? I think we could already answer that question and save the $80,000 in the 4 months. So anyways, I appreciate the specificity. I'd rather see a motion as specific as that, which is clearly new work. But I do question what we think the result will actually bring us at the table towards making this safer, because on one hand, there's discussion around let's make sure there's enough places for people to park their cars, and then let's make the route safer, and they are fairly opposed to one another.
Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just with respect to Councillor Patterson's comments, traffic calming on other streets being worthwhile to revisit, and just looking at traffic calming in the area. If that's the intent, I would echo Councillor Smart's comments. I would like to see specific direction being given to staff as to what type of study, scope, scale, so that we can cost it out and communicate those costs to our residents. So council has every opportunity here to provide direction to staff and ask for information back about costs. So I will call on council. This is not, we do not necessarily need to defer this decision making. It is entirely possible for council to exercise its decision making authority at this point, provided the direction provided on scope of work is comprehensive and able to be estimated for costs for the purposes of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton, Councillor Smart, or Councillor Watson, sorry.
Thank
Oh,
you,
man.
Mayor Murdoch.
I'll hold it together to the end, I will.
Just a comment. Basically, that was a motion, what Councillor Smart is suggesting, or is a motion that I already made and failed. So I'm not sure how that's going anywhere, but I did want to comment that even in doing that work, if there was some concrete thing like this, you would almost need to implement your plan first and then see what happens. We cannot guess how behaviors will change after this soft infrastructure is installed, and I think it would be premature to do that work now anyway, because we don't know what will actually happen with people's behaviors on the surrounding streets. So I would, I don't know. I think Councillor Smart, through the mayor to Councillor Smart, that's what I was trying to do with the previous motion that didn't pass.
Thank you. I think, procedurally what I'll likely do is we won't have a motion to end, but it'll end at 11:30. So I'll just, make notice now that I'll intend to just do a reconsideration of the, probably of the original motion as put forward. And we can have that debate when we have members of council here. In that way, we don't have to name a date or anything else, which you can't seem to agree to, so I'll just leave it at that. I'm going to go away and go back and reread these reports that, based on the comments that have been made here around the table. I do think we probably have to come up with some model that allows us to move forward, and it seems like we're kind of coalescing around perhaps one that moves it forward with the parking removed and seeing how that goes. And the other one is maybe coalescing around moving it forward with the majority of the parking in that area remaining, and we'll see how that goes and do a follow-up on things. I mean, one of those two things is probably the way to advance this, because it seems very silly for us to delay this too much when we are in agreement about almost all of it. I appreciate the advice that breaking it up doesn't make sense, but it also is driving me a bit crazy here that we're so darn close, and we seem to be, I think we're just really at this nuance of this one area where there's a long stretch of parking removed that provides benefit, but I think we just have a slight difference of opinion about the nature of that, the relative benefit to the overall piece. So that is where we are at. Any other? I think I went through a much more detailed list of things. I don't think you need to hear anything else from me in terms of what I would like to see, Councillor Smart. I see your hand up again.
Thank you. I would appreciate, honestly, having a date, like to potentially bring it back on the 24th. I don't want to see this move onto the abyss as other things that have been tabled at this council table have not come back for months. So I would like to see this come back quickly. And so I realize it's not in my control, but I would just like to voice that I'd love to see it coming back to the council meeting on the 24th of March.
Sure. So we don't have a motion to table it at this point where we need to give a specific date. I have given notice of reconsideration, which I think gives me up to 30 days. It can come back to this table. So we're sort of committed at this point to 30 days. I don't know exactly where that will be. I think some of that's going to be contingent upon Councillor Green's just recovery from surgery, which is looking really great. So we'll just, I think at this point, procedurally, and I'm here to manage the procedure, I think that's what we have available to us for options.
Just a point of clarification, Your Worship. I'm just jumping in to say that your corporate officer may want to give you some background on that. So the notice of reconsideration, you have 30 days to make the notice of consideration, but there is no timeline to bring it back. It's when is convenient or when is reasonably convenient.
For me, it's as soon as humanly possible. So I don't know when that is, but it appears we're at a bit of a deadlock unless there's we have the full council here that with 7 people, it's much harder to have a tie vote. So we can bring that back to this at that point. But again, I would just encourage all members of council, read through this, see if there's areas of compromise or thought that we can do to kind of advance it, because I do think it's a disservice to the district to not advance it. We're all in agreement that it's important. We want to see safer infrastructure. We want to see safer routes. I think we don't want to delay especially the crossings of the busy roads any more than we absolutely have to. So let's try and move forward with a direction here as soon as as much as we can at the next meeting. We have a total of 3 minutes left before this ends. We can have a motion to adjourn if people are willing, but otherwise I will let the clock tick down. Moved and seconded. I did hear a mover and a seconder. Any discussion on that? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We got out early. Excellent. Thank you, everybody, for your patience tonight as we go through this debate process. It's a lot.